up? Good morning, friends and traders. Thank you, Eddie. We were actually looking at that 1 minute opening range grab out on gold. We missed it. Got a little distracted. The trigger sitting on the bit for a little bit. Didn't get hit. Didn't get back in. Right around. Did trigger along. High of the opening range 1.40160. So 740170 would have been our entry price.
Right.
But again, working nothing done right now. Do we want to get in this trade? We got a PPI number, we got jobless claims, we got a couple things coming out in just a few minutes. Eddie's going to talk about that in a minute also. We want to get long into this? Start
What do you think? I mean, it's open with a gap. Equities are in a little bit of trouble. But, I mean, the prudent thing to do would probably be to wait until after the 730 numbers.
Okay.
I think that
do that. Real quick, heads up to the people in the back. We got some comments of very low volume back here. Can't hear us in the chat.
More than 1% lower than normal. He's reading our lips. Check one.
Production team was hard at work making some updates yesterday. We'll get it fixed. Don't worry, folks. All right, so we held off on that opening range trade in gold. We'll see what happens after these 730 numbers. Eddie, how many 730 numbers do we have today? What is on the calendar?
Oh my goodness! Now you want me to count? Hold on, let me get. All right.
Fingers and toes, Eddie. How many?
My toe. Okay. Well, we got continuous jobless claims in about 5 minutes here. We'll say 5-6 minutes. The big one's going to be initial jobless claims, or clams, as Mr. Hoagland calls it. And then, of course, that PPI, month over month. My God, man, that's going to be a biggie too. Well, biggie. Let's hope it sort of gives us some opportunity. Let's put it that way. There's going to be a few other ones coming up in about also at 9:30. Natural gas. We got a 10 o'clock Cleveland CPI. It ain't going to be nothing there. 10:30 4-week, 8-week bill auction. And if you are trading the grains, the Aggies. WASDE report today. You might want to keep an eye on that. That's going to be at 11 o'clock here. 12 o'clock, high noon, 30-year bond auction. And we got a little later on here, Fed balance sheet and so forth. But no speakers here on the docket that I can see for right now. We do have Trump signing some ceremony stuff at 10 o'clock. News over the wire here that Elon Musk privately issued a public apology to the president. We'll get into that also. But that's all I've got. I'm going to pass this back to you, JD.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Yeah, big number at the bottom of the hour will be the PPI number, Producer Price Index. We saw the CPI number yesterday, what consumers are paying for goods and services. Today we're going to find out what producers are paying for materials to produce those goods and services.
All right, we got 5 minutes.
Numbers
right
were
now.
relatively inert yesterday, those CPI numbers.
Definitely came in a little cold. Year over year for the month of May, consumer prices were up 0.1%. Nothing huge. Still up a little bit, but it wasn't earth-shattering, market-moving. We definitely got a knee-jerk reaction off the number, and then things really just calmed down after that. So not expecting a whole lot from this PPI number, but it will produce some type of volatility right at the bottom of the hour. So if you're in a trade right now, think about your risk for a minute. We could shoot. I almost said the IT word there. We could shoot to both extremes of the range potentially. You've seen those wicks before. Coach Ray, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling excellent. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Excellent.
You looking
Wunderbar,
at this?
Wunderbar. Hey, we got Jordan here in the chat asking, should I be doing a 150K combine or 350Ks? Jordan, if this is new to you, I'd start out 50K, and that's what I've got to say. Back to you, Johnny. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. Not at all. Just watching the dome, getting a little thin, as typical for a important economic release. We got 3 minutes here. Good to see everybody. Good to see you, JD, Eddie, Ray. Yep. Always good to see you, my friend. It's good to see everybody here as well. Hopefully you're hearing us a little bit better, but as always, it's great to see everybody in the chat. I saw Anastasios was the first one in the chat today, winning the prize, if there was one.
The virtual hug from all of us.
Yeah. We had Shubham, BK, Dan Trader, Gorillionaire, Nick Nichols, my friend. How are you? Hopefully things are going well for you. Roger, Anthony Taylor, Rick Quaz, and John Doherty. And Arico is here early this morning. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, him in today. Arico's going to be joining us today, right? I think so.
All right.
2 minutes on the numbers.
Looking at gold again. So both the 1 minute, I'm sorry, not both. The 1 minute, the 3 minute, and the 5 minute opening ranges all triggered a long in gold. So if we get a little dip after the number, we know what our risk is on this trade if we were to get in on the long side. I'm going to see what kind of reaction we get, and then possibly jump in this trade. A better trade location than we're entitled to.
It looks like it traded back to our entry if we were to be in long that 1 minute opening range trade.
Go to Momento, 1 minute here. Core PPI, they're looking at 3.1%, prior 3.1. PPI month over month, 0.3%, and prior was negative 0.4. Right, a little skew on it. And initial jobless claims. We're looking at 242,000, prior 247. It continued 1.9, prior 1.9.
This should be the leading indicator over CPI. They always release CPI first, but when producers are paying less for the goods that they purchase to create products and whatnot, it trickles down to the consumer. So when producer prices are low, that should mean that consumer prices are coming in low also. But we always see the consumer number first when they post them. All right, dome's thinning out in gold. We got about a 0.5 point wide spread on the ladder right now.
10 seconds.
Single digits in the S&Ps.
It's smart trades.
There we go, real thin, real thin.
Get these numbers, boys.
Should be out.
All right, core PPI coming in at 3%. Looking at 3.1. Core month over month, they were looking at 0.3%, coming in at 0.1%. PPI year over year, 2.6, as 2.6 coming in. And the PPI month over month, that's preliminary. 0.2% coming in at 0.1. Jobless, not that yet. Well, there we go. We got it. Yes, we do. 248,000. They were looking at 242, prior to 247, coming in at 248. And continued jobless claims, they were looking at 1.9, coming in at 1.9, a little bit more than 1.9, 1.95, I'm going to say. And those are our 7:30 numbers. Back to you guys.
Awesome, thank you, buddy.
Nice little push from that use event, looks like.
Yeah, I got some nice buying coming in gold.
Gold.
Still nothing done on this gold trade. We're gonna have looks like we're gonna have another opportunity to get in. We want it on the third trip down, though. That's the question.
You know me. You know me, JD. I am a fan of gold. Just opening with a gap. Opening range is the dead low. If we get the chance to get it and it's cheap, why not?
Okay. Enough said. I am sold.
All the volume so far is right at the highs. A little bit of a little bit of an iceberg sell order here at 34.07.
34.07.
Tremendous though. We have negative delta and we're up near the highs. Be an early divergence there, indicating longer time frame buyers in the market.
Here's a question. Tell me if this is a good test today or not. What are the chances our stop on this would be a better entry? Should we try it? We talk about it. I'm gonna do it. I'm putting a bid in 33.99.
33.99. Yeah, that would be a
That's
nice level to
$3.99.
get in there. Yeah, I think anything around 3,400 would be nice.
Hey Ray, what do you trade? What markets do you trade?
I'm mainly commodities. I'm mainly a gold, crude oil, and then I kind of dabble into the equities. But gold is probably has kind of swapped as my number one. Crude oil has been, for a long period of time until recently, has been kind of rangy. So gold has been my go-to market.
Yeah, it's been a great market this year, hasn't it, Ray?
It has.
Mhm.
It has.
Saw a couple 500 lots in the S&Ps, probably some rollover activity.
Yes, for sure. Equities are coming into roll, everybody.
Be
Got a
trading
question
the
in the chat.
September contract, Labor Day contract. Next week, probably on Tuesday or Wednesday, we'll make the switch.
Well, we got a question in the chat saying if we move our entry in gold down to $33.99, where would that put our stop?
That's the question.
Right?
Great
So-
question.
Yeah. You're looking for points of invalidation on this trade. So right here, the swing low from overnight down here around 33.93-ish. So we would probably be taking about $200 to $250 worth of risk on this trade if we got in around $33.99.
Yes, 74%
below
long
Bid,
here.
we just canceled it.
Built.
Below the swing low going back to around roughly 6:30 a.m. Central Time.
I see it.
See it on a 15-minute chart a little clearer. There it is. That is our point of invalidation. Below there, we go after
Good.
overnight highs.
You doing 5 micros?
5 micros, yeah.
Good.
Start scaling
Acquire an inventory in a zone.
Okay. We're getting close to our original, what should have been our original entry. Start working a few bids. Start stacking some bids in. How about that?
Ray, what do you think of this?
You know, I mean, everything about the gold market, given all these numbers, I mean, point to the upside. I'm just kind of waiting for better price location. I think I would be kind of more hovering around this 3,400 level. And if it left without me, it left without me, I guess. I don't think I would want to chase up here up at the top.
One of the hardest things to do is not chase a trade, too. When you want to be in and it's going your way, you just end up buying tops and selling bottoms when you start chasing trades like that.
So I would probably just kind of hold our guns here and wait for that 3,400 level maybe to come in again.
Yep, I'm stacking bids right now, so we will see what happens. We're going to be looking at the crude oil opening range trade, top of the hour also. Eddie, what happened overnight? Good news, bad news, no news? Give us the news.
We got some news here, and I'm going to share it with everybody here. Well, one of the things here that Mr. Patak posted in our Slack was that Elon Musk called President Trump and hung up on him. No, he called President Trump privately before issuing a public apology. This is coming from the New York Times. I'm not sure what the exact conversation was, but it's good to see it make up. You know, I tell you, there's enough hate in this world. Spread the love, my friends. U.S. stock futures pointed lower, with traders taking a look at the benign consumer price reading. We didn't see that. Dow futures here had slipped by 106 points earlier. We did see the S&P drop. Dan Marino 13 points, and the Nasdaq declined by a single-terry 50 points, 0.2%. The benchmark 500 tech-heavy Nasdaq composite both retreated yesterday, while the blue-chip Dow Jones Industrial Average was unchanged. Investors seem to get greet a slower than anticipated measure of consumer price growth in May. Worries persist about the potential impact of the good old tariff agenda. Markets seem to be cautiously assessing the framework agreement between Washington and Beijing that was happening this week. The truce, if you want to call it, a fragile truce, if you want to call it. Trump called the deal great, although analysts flagged that the announcement was short on many concrete details and possibly left the door open for a future flare-up. Sentiment was dented as well after media reports suggested that the U.S. is preparing for a partial evacuation of the embassy in Iran. An official from Tehran previously said that strikes on the U.S. bases in the region would be carried out if ongoing nuclear talks collapse. And that's basically what I've got here. I'm watching the wire here once again. I'm expecting some speakers here that are not on the docket, but I'll be watching for that, and I'll share it as soon as I can. And that's what I got. Eyes on the prize. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Just posted a new regular trading hours high in gold, sitting there right now, and just took out the overnight high. 34.10 new high.
See if it holds.
What did he grab there? Yeah.
Could actually be an ad.
God damn, that was a trade. All right, guys, I'm going to continue to monitor these the gold market. We have some bids stacked in below. We'll see what happens. Closer we get to the top of the hour, I might pull everything.
Got it.
Posted. But until then, Coach Ray, Coach Hogue, please tell us what's happening on your charts. What are you looking at today?
Oh, all right. As always, it's all about context, risk management, and patience. Ray, I know you're really good at context, risk management, and patience.
What market are we starting with? Oh,
We're starting with the ES.
okay.
And we're up against sort of a lot of talk about eventual highs, all-time highs coming in. A little exuberance there after looking at yesterday with the daily chart, the daily bar, showing a sign of excess on the high there as we are getting closer and closer to those all-time highs. We added 45,000 contracts in open interest in the ES yesterday, but remember, it's rollover. There's going to be a large jump in rollover prior to expiration, and typically about 500,000 contracts will expire and settle in cash. So there's a big buildup in open interest as these longer time frame traders work this rollover, and then it'll all disappear on expiration day. So what happened yesterday? I mean, everybody was thinking higher, everybody was thinking good, everybody was thinking, all right, the CPI numbers weren't bad. More uncertainties came into the picture yesterday with some geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. A couple other things. I think investors are getting a little bit tired and impatient when it comes to seeing some sort of resolution, at least something on paper and something signed with this whole tariff thing. I don't think it helps for continuation if we are in rollover, which we are. Ray, what do you think of this daily chart?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the daily chart, I mean, I think we're still kind of in bearish structure. You can see here, that we have this on the left-hand side. We're still inside that bearish swing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And we're coming up into some all-time highs. So it's difficult for me to feel like this market can just break through this level without pulling back some. And then with the rollover, I think just adds to it. Folks are going to want to get some cheap rollovers. So I mean, the upside, I think, is a little bit limited. Obviously, we want to trade the markets we're given, but I would say that we should look for opportunities for maybe some weakness here, maybe sell some strength up above.
Okay, I mean, that long shadow at the high from yesterday was a little bit ominous.
Yeah.
So I'm inclined to see it the same way. Looking at the 30-minute chart, looks like traders are appreciating those PPI numbers right now. We're seeing a pull back into range. Before that number came out, it was looking like we were probably going to be opening with a session gap. One of the things that looking at this morning on this 30-minute chart, the 200 session moving average has been kind of holding as support for a few days. There's support there. Yesterday it was support. We gave that up last night. We're now below it. This trend line that I've got here, this yellow line, it's 1, 2, 3. This be the fourth point of contact. If we give that up, then I could see us possibly going to look for some of these visual targets down below. Naked points of control, 59.69, 59.16 perhaps. But right now it's looking like that is holding as support. So I'm not going to be jumping into anything, probably until we get some time in the regular trading hour session. It looks like we're going to probably not open with a gap now. The trend line is in play. We've got the weekly kickoff high above, which could actually be in play. Watch and see if we kind of re-accept the range from yesterday and possibly a value acceptance play to the upside, which would give us much better trade location for potential shorts. I don't know if that's the way it's going to look at the time, but Ray, what do you think of this 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I think, like I said, we're still prior to the market here, but we have price that's below value, although showing some strength. We have a double bottom that's been developed here, so you have some support here coming in at 59.90 ish. Okay, I'm with you on your assessment here. If we do get price to come maybe back inside of value, then we can get maybe an acceptance up to the high of value here at 60.38, and then we come into some areas where I think we are probably much better served in looking for opportunities to the short side. Up above here at this kind of visible range here at 60.50 seems kind of a ripe area for maybe an opportunity for a reversal trade back to the downside. So 60.50 is probably an area you're going to be watching. 60.38, 60.38.25, high of range of yesterday. But it'll be interesting as we come into the session how we react around value area low at 6,025, 6,025.75. I think that's going to be an interesting area to see if this double bottom plays out to the upside.
All right. That profile yesterday, Ray, was almost a double distribution trend day. Look at how this market, when it broke the IB low, 60.35.75, came all the way back to it, to the tick, and then started falling off again. So there's a little bit of kerfuffleation. I agree with you up around value low. That could be an interesting spot. And I like the 60.50 level because it's pretty much the point of control from yesterday. We get a test of that and we can't hold above that. Well, that would also kind of give us the possible value acceptance play. But great assessment there, Ray. I'm really kind of looking at this 200 session moving average because it was so supportive the last few times it was checked. We gave it up last night. Is it going to turn into resistance this morning? We'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look now in the NASDAQ, which, basically is very similar markets. And again, looking at the daily yesterday, excess auction to the upside. Auctions tend to die in excess. We've got weekly kickoff high above, all-time highs of just above that. In the longer time frame, we haven't taken out these highs. It would still lower highs over a long period of time. What do you think, Ray? How do you like this? Oh, and we added 3,600 in open interest yesterday, but again, it's rollover. That is, most of that is due to the rollover in the longer time frame. Trying to get a cheap roll. Ray, how are you feeling about this daily? I
think similar. I think it seems like the NASDAQ is maybe a little bit further along coming into these areas that we've been talking about on the ES. I've kind of drawn a little triangle pattern here, a little consolidation pattern here up at the top. And we're coming pretty close, if not already at the apex of this triangle pattern that I've drawn. So there is a move coming. The problem is we don't know exactly what direction that's going to be. Right, given where we're at location-wise on the daily on the left-hand side, you can see that this is an area that there's been sellers here in the past. So the view is that sellers are going to at some point step into this market and potentially drive price lower. I don't see us just plowing through this level without at least some sort of swing low, and maybe, and then kind of what I'm kind of looking at is get my trend line here, kind of looking more something like this, and then possibly move up, right? But I don't see us just plowing straight through this.
All right, let's take a look at the 30 now. All right, so before that number, it was looking like we were going to open with a gap. We've been putting in higher highs and higher lows till yesterday. At excess on the high, lower highs, and lower lows. And again, this 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart, which had been supportive, we gave it up. Now we're back to it. My question is, does it become resistant? We're already looking through it in the NASDAQ. We have that same trend line down below in the NASDAQ as we had in the S&Ps. How many points of contact? We've got 1, 2, almost 3 points of contact. So I'm keeping an eye on that level. But I think these PPR numbers are being well received. And it was traders and investors got to be getting a little bit exhausted waiting for something with these tariffs, but they also have very short memories, Ray. We know that, right? I mean, they can put that behind in their head pretty quickly. The profile, again, almost a double distribution trend day. The same thing happened. We broke, came right back up to the IB low, and then kind of fell off. Settlement wasn't too bad. There's two distributions of volume in both of the markets, the ES and the NASDAQ. You're looking for possibly that low of value, the IB low from yesterday, for a possible opportunity, because there's a low volume node. What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, I think I do like that area, a low volume from value area low. I think at this 21,884 on the visible range, we have the point of control up here around 21,985.75 from yesterday's range. I think that's also a reasonable level to look for, possible shorts, and obviously the high end of value at around 22,055. These are all kind of visual areas, I would say, that would be I would say excellent price location to to kind of look for opportunities for reversal in price. I expect, and unless things change here over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to open potentially below value from yesterday, right? So
yes.
So again, value area low, I think, is going to be the first hurdle that the market is going to need to be able to get over in order to kind of continue this kind of little double bottom distribution that we have here.
Not really seeing a lot of overnight inventory in either of these markets either, Ray. And one of the levels that you were just talking to, that value area low, very close to settlement, which is 21,887.5.
Okay.
Why do we worry about settlement? Well, it's one level that a lot of traders know and a lot of traders look at. And if traders are looking at a level, there's a tendency to bring price back to that level. Without a gap, I'm going to suggest, as always, trying to stay patient, looking for good trade location as the day goes on. The opening range trades have been pretty scarce in the equities of late. So just be patient. Be patient. That's one of the three mantras of the opening call is context, risk management, and patience. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil is an interesting market of late. Here we had all of this open interest piling in here. We saw a drop of 22,000 contracts. That's the estimate yesterday. Now, Ray, if looking at that candlestick from yesterday on the daily chart, a drop of 22,000 would be indicative of short covering, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
All of that loss in open interest was the July contract, was the current front. And that's the estimate, right? Nothing's finite. But a whole bunch of shorts covering the expiring contract, possibly. And you know, there was some news, you know, that little geopolitical tensions in the Middle East that always has a tendency to push crude oil higher. But again, maybe there's more information out there on that, or it's being taken in stride because the market has been coming off all night. What do you think of this daily in the crude oil? You remember, we're in rollover. We have all this open interest that piled up here. Maybe lost a little bit of it yesterday. What do you think, Ray?
I mean, it honestly, it has kind of the same kind of look and feel to the equities. You know, we're coming up on an area around 72 where we've seen some sellers in the past. We're already getting some indications of that. You know, people are kind of piling on the sells at the moment. So yeah, I think again, I'm a little cautious. I would say I would be a little bit cautious for the, you know, continuation to the upside. Okay. Just because I have this kind of 72 level, and I've seen that, you know, that area has kind of produced some sellers in the past. So yeah, I would say that, you know, I think it'd be interesting to see how, if we can get some follow through on this daily chart to the downside, and we could get maybe another leg down to 64.
I can see it. Let's take a look at the 30 now. Overnight inventory is pretty steep to the short side. We did open with an overnight gap, a 1 hour gap, but overnight inventory is pretty short. Closed that gap almost immediately. And you know, when we look at the price action yesterday, it was a normal variation day for the better part of the session, and then we ran it up right at the end of the day, leaving what? Ray, a late spike?
Mm-hmm.
What's a late spike? A late spike is when price in the last 30 minutes leaves the previous range and closes outside of it. The market doesn't have time to show acceptance of that level over time, because the market, for all intents and purposes, closes at that level. That's where it's settled, so we call that the close. Market opened and has been breaking ever since. We have overnight inventory to the short side, but the rule about the late spike is if you open above a late spike to the upside, in a late spike to the upside, anywhere above the base of the late spike, which is 67.36, opening above that base of that late spike is an indication of acceptance of higher pricing. Opening flat out above a late spike to the upside is a deeper probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below a late spike to the upside, where we're likely to open here in just a few minutes, is rejection of higher pricing. Doesn't mean you just close your eyes and sell. We got to be smart about it, and anything can happen. But it's just showing that there's probable rejection of higher pricing based off of this one simple inflection level, orientation point, whatever you want to call it. But that base of that late spike might be important for us today. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we see that you know, price is well below our VWAP. It would be great if we can get. I would say that the VWAP would be an excellent location to entertain a continuation move of what we see here in the overnight. We have come in. Actually, we have the point of control that still actually has not been touched. So that area, I think, is still in play from yesterday's session. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm looking for maybe a slightly better price location, back up to VWAP, maybe around this 67.60 level, somewhere in that range. Maybe as low as 60. Yeah, I would say 67.60. If I'm kind of following this line here of the trend line that's being established, I would say that anywhere along that my red line there would be an opportunity to maybe participate in a short trade. So
all roads
head lower.
All roads lead to VWAP. We'll see though, Ray. All right, well, we're just about a couple of minutes here from the opening in crude oil. Eddie, if you have any news about crude oil that you've been holding on to. What do you got?
Slippery when slippery. Yes, that is the crude. Oil prices slipped, handing back some of the previous session's sharp gains. And this was due to the departure from military dependence in the Middle East with rising tensions with Iran. We did see Brent drop 1.3, WTI 1.2. Now, both contracts surged over 4% yesterday during the trading session, supported by the U.S.-China trade talks, which helped reduce demand concerns. Yesterday's spike reflected the heightened geopolitical risk. Traders like us feared any conflict could disrupt shipping routes or oil infrastructures across the Gulf, which would then affect the markets. And that's what I've got here, Johnny. And we got about inside of 2 minutes here for our crude open.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie. So, I mean, it looks like we're going to probably open below the base of that late spike and basically in value, right at the high of value from yesterday. You know, there's nothing that says that this market, you know, can't rip to the upside. We're just talking probabilities when we're talking about the orientation of the open after a late spike. So it just offers a good opportunity to limit risk, and that's the name of the game, right, Ray? Is always
absolutely
know where you're wrong and try and maximize when you're right.
Correct.
All right, JD, we haven't done anything in gold, have we?
Nothing done in gold. Still working some bids below the market. Looking pretty strong, though. I got the crude oil chart up right now, but just a word on gold. Coming off looking at strong 4-hour candle, strong 1-hour candle, 30-minute candle. Everything is pointing to another leg higher coming up in gold. Haven't gotten a pullback yet to fill any of our bid stack below, but again, not going to chase this trade. We'll find better trade location throughout the day, so not too worried about it. We got about 30 seconds until the crude oil open. That is our focus for the next. That will be our focus for the next 15 minutes or so.
Is it
We're at the 1 minute opening range breakout in crude? What's up, Hope?
Has gold been pretty much holding above the overnight high?
Yes, for the last. I'll switch back over to gold. We got a few seconds. So overnight high back here, put it in at 34.0940. We're right on top of it right now.
Yeah.
We're consolidating just a little bit, but we do look poised for another leg higher.
Yeah.
Depending on. So,
all right.
Again, we've got our bid stacked. We'll keep an eye on it. Back to crude oil. Crude is open for business. And we've got an 11-tick opening range so far in crude oil. Put in a high, 67.22. I'm just going to throw that stop to enter in now.
So there's
seen some movement.
Almost 2 late spikes. If their initial breakout, an early late spike could be sitting right here at 66.91. So there's kind of 2 stages to this late spike. It's really where the market kind of broke out of the range, and we'd be opening above that base of the late spike. We'll see if we get some opportunity here.
Working our stops to enter above and below the market. Stop to enter above at 67.23, below at 67.08. Again, we had a 13-tick wide opening range, so we'll be risking right around 20 ticks on this trade.
Yeah,
depending on what direction.
Opening out of balance. Seeing EPO value high at 67.08. But volume value high at 67.28. So it's kind of torn between 2 lovers here, JD and Ray and Eddie. It's with the kind of double late spikes and the value area high and the volume value and the TPO value. It's right between the highs there. Tough trade.
Oh, Shut in the chat wants to know statistically what's our win rate on these opening range breakout trades. They are low probability trades, but they're also low risk. So when you hit one, it's going to be a home run. You know, you could virtually wipe out 6 to 10 days or 6 to 10 trades worth of losses in one trade potentially.
Well, it was profitable in April, profitable in May. We'll let you know in June.
We'll let you know. Hindsight Capital.
There you go.
And we are long. 67.23 long one crude oil contract.
Right.
We will take 20 ticks of heat, 20 ticks of risk on this trade.
Well,
that was a pop.
Yeah, I think there's about at least 30 ticks of space here from where we entered up to VWAP. So we'll see.
Wow, that was a liquidity grab. It's coming right back down now. How about that? We had no slippage on that entry though. We got in right where our stop was.
Crude is 80% long here.
Oof.
It was just a 74% jump to 80. 67.12 average long price. This is on the tilt.
Yeah, we're still inside some strong bearish structure at the moment. So
yeah.
Yep. Question: are we looking at a 1 minute for opening range? Yes, we're looking at a 1 minute opening range breakout. The higher the time frame that you go, the more risk you take on, basically. So, and we find you have just as much probability of a 1 minute holding as the high or low for the day as a 3 or 5 minute holding as the high or low for the day.
Yeah. We had one minute opening range last month, remain the high and the low for 53 minutes.
Wow.
I'd never seen that before.
That's long.
And then I think it played out.
Naturally. Still taking a little heat on this trade. Here's our overnight VWAP. Got an overnight VWAP 67.67.
Yeah.
Make a run for it.
Yeah.
Switch back to gold real quick. See what the progress is. Nope, we got that second leg higher.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's...
want to keep working these bids? I don't think they're...
Nah, just take them out. We get the chance, we'll take a look at them again.
Right now, if we were to make a move back down there, I probably wouldn't like it as much as I do, or as much as I did.
Looks like we're headed to weekly kickoff high in gold, 34.21.
Oops.
I think we just got hit on a stop in crude. We sure did. All right,
Yeah, this is
down $200. Crude came and ticked us out.
okay. That's why you
Good exit though. We're still breaking in crude.
You have to take it. You miss it, you miss out on a good one.
And that's what happened today. We just flat out missed that gold trade. I had my finger on the trigger and wasn't fast enough.
Well, I mean, PPI was coming out, so that was a little inhibitive, but
yeah,
it's all right.
The long signal.
All right.
The long signal triggered almost immediately after that. 720 bar.
Yep.
Yeah, that was human error not getting into that trade.
Well, we're all human, JD. We're all human. We didn't get the chance to really go through the gold.
Yeah, let's do it.
Gold look here. So this is, I mean, it doesn't get much more typical of range-bound markets than this. Right?
Yes.
This is the daily chart. So the range goes from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, until it doesn't anymore. We added 6,400 in open interest yesterday on some pretty decent volume. So the short time frame auction higher in the medium time frame area of balance performed well yesterday. We're going to be looking for extremes, however. We got weekly kickoff high 34.21. We got a naked point of control just above that. We got last week's high 27.70. Do we wait to see if we get some opportunity up there? We're not long in the opening range trade. That's okay. What do you think, Ray? How do you feel about what's going on here in gold? You've been trading gold lately, so
yeah, it's been a little bit more. Yeah, we've been experiencing a little bit more range trade of late. But I mean, looking at this daily chart, I mean, you can see that we've been sloping to the upside. Okay, in general, right? So if we draw a trend line, well, I think it's probably prudent for us to look for locations right along that trend line all the way up until we find a place where it stops. So this looks like a very healthy upside auction to me, and we just need to figure out areas where we can participate without taking a whole lot of risk. But this looks like a very healthy, although in range, strong to the upside.
Right. Do you see you're looking at a kind of a longer time frame there?
Yeah.
Since at least the beginning of the year, it's been in a strong upside auction. We've been doing a lot of pandering.
Since January, we've been straight, not straight up, but I mean, we've had a steady climb in the market. Now we've been kind of ranging of late. But if you look at the most recent set of candles, again, we're making higher highs and higher lows. Now we are coming into some areas, right? We are coming into some areas around 3,500 that will be interesting to see. Okay, but I think until that happens, I think we need to continue to look for some opportunities.
Yeah. So on this daily chart, we have a lot of people that have a lot of questions about why is settlement in gold all the way down here at 33.45.70 when the market rallied significantly higher by the end of the session. You would think settlement would probably be up here somewhere, right? 33.83.40. It's because they still settle gold on the old pit close time, which was 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 New York time. That's where it was traded. So they still settle it there. The market did move higher. Did it put up a late spike? No, it didn't. At the end of the day, I think settlement would probably be closer to 33.76. However, we're looking at a market that is showing overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side, but we've taken out the overnight high. We seem to be holding. The opening range is the low of the day. As long as that opening range remains the low of the regular trading hour session, I'm not looking to short it until I get a good level that I can lean on, right? These weekly kickoff high, naked point of controls, 34.22.20, and last week's high. This whole area up here looks like an interesting area for an execution, if only because I can limit my risk on it. What do you think about that, Ray?
Yeah, I mean that's spot on. I mean, I think it'd be prudent for us if we wanted to take a short. Obviously, we don't have to take a whole lot of risk for that short. So yeah, I think that's spot on. We can manage our risk very well on a bearish trade. I would like to see it maybe arrive at something on the left hand side that I can kind of lean on a little bit. Over here somewhere, maybe around these 34.20 levels. This area over here would be kind of a nice area where I could maybe entertain and actually manage my risk above it. So this whole area here on the left, I think, would be kind of an area that I would be focusing on. If I was going to go down that path, that would be kind of the area that maybe kind of draw a little box from this location here all the way across and see how price reacts away from that.
Nice. All right. So, all right, we are through the charts. Do you feel like you're ready? Did you do the Top Step Trader checklist, Ray? Did we do this? Routine
yes, I believe
complete.
we have.
Did you do your morning routine? I know it's very early for you out there. You didn't go jogging or anything this morning.
Yeah, well,
did you?
normally I do my routine a little bit later, but not quite. About 50% through it.
What? No hot yoga? Yoga? Yeah, do that.
No hot yoga. No.
Did you mark all your levels? You using the top step levels?
I use some of the top step levels. I use your weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. I guess I've kind of grown to some of these initial balances: value area high, value area lows, areas, point of controls. Those are the kinds of things I kind of mark up and journal, make notes of.
What gets you into a trade, Ray? What's your trade?
What gets me into a trade?
Like?
Yeah, I guess I'm more of a momentum guy. So I tend to wait for, and I know this is maybe I know you had mentioned that James Dalton doesn't follow this as much as he used to, but I tend to wait for this initial balance range to establish in the market. Okay, and then based on that, I look for price to tell me which direction the participants want to take the market. Right, so I wait for a break of that initial balance range after an hour. So I wait for that initial balance, which is the first hour of the session, and then I wait for price to tell me or participants to tell me which direction they want to take the market. Sometimes we get a sustained auction away from that initial balance range. Sometimes we get a peak above and a rotation back through it. So I've kind of limited, I guess the fact I have a reference level. I have I guess a coin toss, I guess to some degree, as to a direction, right? 50-50 either way, but in either case, I can manage my risk off of those levels.
Very nice, Ray. And Ray has had a live account here at Top Step for 5 years. Ray knows what he's doing. Ray knows what he's talking. Absolutely.
Ray, do you have the oldest, longest active live account here at Top Step?
I don't know. Maybe Patak, maybe Ho. I don't know.
We got some sellers stepping in gold right now. You guys see this?
Yep.
Yes.
Traded back through the opening range, back through the high of the opening range, making a move for the low.
Ran out of buyers.
Yes, exactly. More sellers than buyers.
Yeah.
So we just gave up the overnight high too. Man, it's not going to give us that opportunity up there around 34.21, is it?
Do we still like the long side down here if we make this move back? Are we megaphoning? Are we just trapping some weak shorts? Are we going to burn out some weak longs, run some stops, and then back to the moon?
Well, I don't like the fact that it gave up the overnight high.
Okay. Initial balance low still remains opening range low. This opening range trade is still valid.
Yes, it is. That's the reason I like the long. But I want it cheap. Some of the best trades I've ever made were almost solely because they were cheap. Well,
simply because they were cheap.
Here's the level. I don't have to risk a lot. Let's take it. Yes, I agree, CL Trader. Waiting for the initial balance allows you to keep more ammo for the day. You don't get all biffed up before the open, before you get any daytime frame references to look at. There's a lot of IB haters out there.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Even Dalton says he doesn't really look at the IB anymore. Doesn't see it as valid because, apparently it's all about tempo for him. But we see day after day, Ray, how the initial balance offers opportunities.
Yes.
We've got somebody in the chat. Robert Darcy, he's laughing right now. He also doesn't look at IB high or low. He's basing everything on value, initial and responsive behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, the half back, 90 bit even. You know, that's something that Dalton looks at. I know. I don't know if Robert Darcy does, but yeah, Tribe IB's been helping him a lot for the last couple of weeks. Very nice. Chris saying it could be 5 or 15 minutes as well, but you know, just whatever you're using, use it consistently.
Yeah.
There you have it. Trading back above our opening range high. Again, we got 2 minutes until the initial balance is established in gold. 2 minutes.
Hey, Johnny, regarding that
looking at
checklist, is it? It's on our TV page, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
I'm gonna share that with everybody here,
Yeah.
so everybody has it.
You got it. Tyler, you've asked 6 times. What time is Coach Dakota?
I answered them, didn't I? Oh, I did.
About 10 minutes, Tyler.
You know you're excited, Tyler. Settle down. Use the bathroom now if you need to.
Hogue posted the direct checklist. I posted the page. You might want to bookmark both of those.
Mm-hmm.
2 good links there for you. Thanks, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We're still holding that opening range in gold.
We sure are.
Not getting any looks into it either.
Coming off a strong red 15-minute candle. So far, no follow through.
You sound like Mo.
That's interesting.
JD. Strong red candle.
He's probably the one.
Wrong
Got it stuck in my head. Strong red candle. No follow through though. They're defending this area. They're defending the opening range high for some reason.
Yep. We have negative delta, and we're above the opening price, so
A little more selling coming in. Trader Zoe, I see your comment. I'll take a screenshot of that for Dakota. I'll send it to him. The loonies. That's funny.
well, JD, do you have any closing comments?
We'll continue to monitor this gold market. I still feel we're going to get some more opportunity to get in on a good trade in gold. So I'm going to keep looking at it, and I'll be popping in and out during fast markets too.
Yeah.
So trade well, everyone. Make sure you're trading with stops. Remember, the only thing we'll do. Only thing you really have any control over is your downside risk. So make sure you are keeping an eye on it.
All right. Ray, we're pretty quickly getting to the close of the opening call for this morning. Do you have any closing comments for everybody?
Yeah, I would say that wait for the market to provide you that 3-legged wildebeest. Okay, be a stalker. Be a stalker. Wait for price to come to your levels and then pounce.
You have always been my wildebeest trader.
Yes. Ambush him.
Lying like a lion
Yes.
in the weeds, waiting for that 3-legged wildebeest just to come by. Be patient, right? Patience, patience,
Yes.
patience.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us today.
Yep.
Coach Ray, we'll talk to you again soon.
All right.
Okay. So there were a couple of questions that were in chat while we were kind of talking here and going through the charts. Trader Zoe is asking for 2 or 3 keys to hold trades longer, and I think Trader Zoe, for me, to be able to hold trades longer, it has to have a lot to do with the context of the market and whatever my expectation is. If I'm in a trade that's in a trending market, it's going to be one of the main keys that's going to try and keep me in that trade a little bit longer, because I'm in a trend already. I don't know how far the trend is going to go. So that's why, in trades like that, I usually won't even have a profit target in. I'll just try and manage it by following with a trailing stop. Sometimes, you get ticked out on that trailing stop. So trailing stops to me is an art form, but trading is as much creative as it is intuitive and technical. So there's an idea for you. Chad PM was asking, should he lock himself out during economic events? It's not a bad idea unless you're really good at trading economic events. I mean, we held off on a trade today because of the economic event. It wasn't, I guess, the right thing to do looking back. It would have been a profitable trade until, well, it's right back to entry right now. But, you got to really think about how big is the economic event? What effect is it going to have on that particular market? And there was a question about explaining rollover. So rollover is, these contracts expire. The S&Ps, there's 4 expirations per month. We're coming into the June expiration, which means that all of the major players, all of the banks, all of the funds, all of the major players in those markets that want to maintain positions beyond the expiration of the June contract, which is Friday, have to roll those positions from the June contract into the September contract. Want to maintain those positions. Now, if you're moving, let's just say 10,000 contracts, which isn't really a lot, you can save yourself 10,000 ticks by getting it done on the bid of the offer in the spread or legging the spread. So there's an opportunity for them to make money, and it takes a lot of their focus away from directional activity if that is allowed. Sometimes the markets are going to be moving no matter what, but they have to take all those positions, move them from the June contract to the September contract, or let them expire and settle in cash. I hope that's clear. And yep, there you go, the Trader Zoe. There you go. Right. So yeah, we've got Dakota, we got Baron, we got Michael, we got Andre, we got Jack, we got me coming up here for Fast Markets. We got the equities. We got the equities and Eddie. And no, you can't forget Eddie. We got the equities coming back into range. Low value. Let's see if we can. They've kind of gone back above VWAP. Crude continues to try and kind of push to the downside a little bit here. We're right at the low. We just took out the opening range low in gold. Maybe there'll be an opportunity for us to look for a failed downside auction here. We'll keep an eye on that, JD. I know you're listening. We're going to see how this plays out. So I know I'm very excited for Fast Markets today. We've got a lot going on here. We've got Paul K coming up on. Anne-Marie and Deanna are going to be with us for Lunchbox Trading. We've got Rising Star Devoy coming up. Josh Arico is going to be with us for the Power Hour, and looking forward to seeing everybody here all day as always. We appreciate you being here. We're looking forward to your success 100%. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace, and let's move to Fast Markets. I think we are ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
And good morning, and let's get our opportunity. And trades here in the gate, and just a little quick one here. Prayers and thoughts to those people in India, families. There was a severe crash earlier, but I'm going to pass this over to Andre. Andre, good morning, my friend. Look what we got here today.
Good morning, Eddie. Yes, well said. Thoughts and prayers, of course, the tragedy going out there. Welcome, everybody, to Top Step TV. This is Fast Markets. Lower right-hand corner. Everyone's got their funded hat on today, except for Jack. Jack did not get the memo. Lower right-hand corner, we got Baron in the house. Upper right-hand corner, still in front of that mountain. Jack in the upper right and lower left-hand corner, Dakota. Start of slow markets. Let's get right into it. Mr. Dakota, happy Thursday. What are your thoughts coming into this open in about 2 minutes?
Thursday, like those new graphics I seen starting. That's nice to see.
Flashy new name tags.
Yes.
Yeah, but before we get started, big shout out to Jay for holding down the fort yesterday. That was fun. That was nice. It's a lot of work and dedication. But these markets, we got inflation data. All the data came out this morning about an hour ago. Looked pretty bullish. The market is up 100 points off of that. NASDAQ is still down 0.25%. I think we just wait for the open and see how it wants to react. Patience. Market did come down to these 730s, which was a nice level of support. I was looking for longs. It hit it overnight. If we get back down there, maybe kind of in the middle. So lots of indecision. I don't have a bias going into this market other than long.
What a minute, hold on. You don't have a bias. You don't have a bias other than long. It sounds like you have a bias.
Funny way to put it.
That didn't make sense, right?
I'm kidding.
No bias from a technical standpoint,
Gotcha.
but a bias from the way equities naturally are, which is long. There.
Understood.
That might make a little more sense.
I gotcha. It's been a week. Let's finish strong, though. Got 30 seconds. Baron coming on in. What do we think? PPI? If we're talking about inflation yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Tuesday I did say inflation would be in line or under expectations. That's what we saw on CPI. I don't like how we didn't hold up yesterday based off the trade talks, and then PPI also be bullish. I just wait today. The market's been indecisive recently, so we saw this back in March or April, I believe, where we had a positive inflation print, but the market dropped off it because of the environment of what was going on with all the tariffs and everything. So I'm just gonna wait for my standard IP setup. I'm not gonna trade anything until then. I had DLL in the overnight. I got stopped out by 2 ticks on a short, and then it ran for 100 points. So
We'll stay locked in.
We'll
stay locked in. Let's see. We'll come to you, Jack, here in a second. Let's take a look at some of these prices. About 60 seconds in. A little bit of a bid here in the NASDAQ, 21,856. Up about 35 points since the bell rang. Look at the ES. A couple ticks higher. Trading 60.16. Gold trading 34.03. That sweet price of 3,400. Right back to it. Crude oil, $67.06 a barrel over there. Jack, what are we thinking here? 60.14, 60.10 is that magic price in the ES. What do we think?
Contract is about to expire, so we're converging with the SPX right now. There's just about a 3-point difference between the SPX and the ES. Would it be too much to ask for a test below the 6,000s during the regular trading hours? We haven't been able to do that. It's all been happening overnight. I am bullish, but would love to see pull back to 6,000.
Where can we buy it? In D, you've got a 500 lot downside in the ES. Been seeing those 500 lots pop in. And come on in, Dakota. What do you got? We're seeing some buyers here in the NASDAQ.
I mean, what is some news? We had the news come out. Trump said that he wants 2 rate cuts now. Trump also said the trip bill is coming great or something.
Yeah, right? Beautiful.
When are they going to cut these rates?
Full point, Baron. Full point, Baron.
Full point.
Full point, he says.
Over the wire. I was going to say, over the wire earlier, 80% chance September Fed rate cut with the second rate as soon as October versus December as seen before.
And that's coming from where? That's
Fed Fund futures. Take a look. Well,
It's coming from the wire. That's off the wire here.
we got Jack Bond 007. 10-year underneath
Yes.
4. Well, I just saw 4.3 something percent. Getting closer. Maybe the price in 2 cuts. 600 lot downside. 60-10 bid 600 times in the ES and Phil. Jack,
So somebody asked a really good question. I think this is important to understand when you're trading futures of why there's a difference between the SPX and the futures. Is as the name implies, we are trading futures, not nows. The SPX is now. It is the aggregate index of those company prices right now. The market always goes up, or is predicted to usually. So the further you go out in expirations, right? 3 months, 6 months, 2 years from now, the price is going to be higher. Uh-oh, Morse code. What do we got?
we got
And we got off the wire here. The G7 nations ready to lower the Russian oil price cap without Trump. This is just hitting the wire here right now. You see that?
Okay.
Dow took a dive here right now. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Right back to you, Jack. Nothing really moving here in the crude. Go ahead, Jack. Talk about SPX and the ES.
Real
futures
quick, like
versus
last
spot.
thing on that. So when we roll to the next contract, you're going to see the ES futures jump. Probably like, I don't know, by like 50 points or something like that. That's because we will now be trading based on where we think it's going to close in September at the expiration. Since the expiration's close now for the June contract, that's why they converged to the same thing.
Cash and futures converge.
Future has become the now.
Future has become the now. Expiration, I think June 20th, I want to say. That number comes to mind. So about a week and a half. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ tried pumping higher here to 21,873. It's an overnight highs, and about 9 points off of it right now. A little bit of a pullback. Nothing moving in the crude on that oil headline. ES cannot pick a direction just yet. 5 points off overnight VWAP 60.12 last trade. House account is flat for the time being. Baron, any levels you're looking for in NASDAQ?
We did tap into a support I had. I need to be better about marking my top step X chart out because I do all my charting on TradingView. But I've had this support marked out from the NFP candle, I believe, last week. It was the support levels from 21,715 to 21,784. Every single time we've tapped into there, we've bounced. So that's really the main one I've marked out. And then I had a resistance zone marked out, but I think we might have gone above that the other day when we rallied up to 22,000. Let me double check it.
Yeah, I think we saw 22,100. I know we were above 22,000. I want to say we saw 22.1. I know we saw some resistance there. Right now, trading 21,847. Dakota, been testing out a new strategy. I know you traded a little bit live. Are you going to be testing?
Yeah,
or how are
I
we,
did,
how are we
actually.
approaching today? How are we approaching?
last night in slow markets was my first test in the live. But I
Okay.
dipped my toes with micros. Micros first.
Excellent.
We're gonna get a little more comfortable in micros before I switch it over to the minis. So you can see I'm on micro NASDAQ. Last night I made $100, which looking in points values, right? When I had like one trade in the NASDAQ, one trade in gold. See how it worked out on gold. Each market, I've noticed, gold acts so much different when it comes to scalping on the very smaller time frame. So there's some unique personalities between the two markets. That's for sure, and it's a lot more magnified, the smaller time frame and the smaller targets that you get.
Man,
Does that make
kudos to
sense
you.
to you? Like,
Yeah, it does.
like
Kudos
if I'm
to you
looking at it
testing
an
out.
hourly or daily, markets are a little more similar compared to like the zoomed in scalping. You could tell that there's a big difference in the characteristics of how gold versus the NASDAQ react.
Good on you, man. Testing out new strategies live in front of 4,000 people all across the globe. Thank you for tuning in to Top Step TV. Click like, follow, subscribe, click notify, the bell upper right hand corner. Before we get this party started anymore, Eddie, we had PPI in the rear view mirror, initial jobless claims because it is a Thursday. What else do we have on the docket today?
On the docket, coming up at about 10 o'clock here, we got Trump signing Bill signing here. 10:30, we got 4-week bill auction here. 11 o'clock. Just want to make sure if you're trading those beans and grains and so forth, we've got the World Agricultural Supply and Demand Estimates report. So that's going to be coming out here at 11 o'clock. So heads up on that one. Also, 30-year bond auction at high noon today. Some executive orders in the afternoon signing by President Trump. That's what I've got so far, but I'm watching the wire here for any of those speakers that like be nameless on the docket. Back to you, Andre.
Good stuff, Eddie. Absolutely crushing it. You have Verti in the chat. Verti in the chat asking, is anyone here trading from the UK? If you're watching and trading from the UK, please let Verti know. Of course, welcome aboard. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, see the hashtag. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Top Step TV on the X.
Okay, I'm long three. Long three.
We got.
All right, first take profit, second take profit hit.
Damn.
That was fast.
Yeah.
That was fast. ATR on the 5-minute is 24 points. So let's see if we can get a 24-point runner. Long three from 848. My first 2 take profits have already been hit. And we are almost 24. I mean, right there. There's the money, right? Flat.
Ooh.
That happened really fast. Chat.
New
Wow.
trader. Who is? New
That
trader.
scalper.
Since you're changing your style, your strategy, what are you looking for now? What's the first indication that says, hey, I'm going to put a buy in here, I'm going to put a sell in here?
So it's basically the same technicals, but different trade management. So let me walk you through this trade. This would be a good example. This market might just keep going. It might just keep going. So over here on the 100 tick is on the right-hand side. The 5-minute is on the left. So we had that big rally during the data release, and then you can see how this is kind of consolidating. 5-minute chart, we rallied all the way up to these 870s, pulled all the way back down to the bottom end of this consolidation, and I was looking at this to be kind of a bearish flag pattern, bullish flag pattern, my bad. And then I love tech, absolutely love it, and I don't know if you guys can notice this in the chat, but you can see how these pivots over here on this 100 tick chart, we made equal highs there for a moment. Equal highs about 845. Well, the market held these 835s, right? Lower low. Its market was making lower low. It was also making lower highs. Well, that changed, right? As soon as this market broke out, that's when I got in long, and it just happened so fast. Like that's within what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. I got in at what, 40, 45, 46, 47, right as we were starting to break out. Instant like 9-10 points for both those contracts, and then that runner for, I think I got 27 points off of it. So you can see on the executions, I got in 3 at 48. My first take profit was 60, so I got more than 5 points. That's why I don't like having a take profit sometimes, is because I could just get out manually and getting this momentum. Whenever I get this momentum, I sometimes get more than what my take profit is. So I got, looks like 12 points on my first take profit, 14 points on my second, and then 20, what is this? Oh man, 24 points. 24 points on my third, which is nice because that lines up with that single ATR on the 5-minute chart over here. 24.5.
Dakota, what? You got in, you got out, you didn't have the runner, but now you can reassess. Now you can see what the market's going to do, how it's going to react now that you are flat, you got your profits, and
yeah,
you can take a look. So I really like this. You're doing this in front of all these people. Absolutely amazing. Hogue, I want to throw it to you. We're about 10, 11 minutes into this open. What do you think on this opening range? A little tighter, but you want to call it dead ass low? What are you thinking here, Hogue?
Yeah, the NASDAQ has the opening range at the dead ass low. The S&P has the opening range at the dead ass high. It looks like it's about to take that out. We're in range below value. Was looking for this market to continue to possibly roll over until we got back above. I'm going to look at the S&Ps here. Until we got back above this VWAP. Once we gave that up, now it's looking more like we may come back into value, see a value play, look for opportunities for continuation to the upside, possibly in the longer time frame. And it's a very similar situation in the NASDAQ. You know, we looked like we were going to open with a gap. Then the numbers came out. PPI wasn't hot. So I think investors and traders alike are enjoying those. And as soon as we gave up this VWAP right here, at the time it was right around 21,800. That changes things a little bit. Now the lean is to the upside, so I'm looking for an opportunity to come back into value, maybe for a value acceptance play all the way back to almost the high 22,050 possibly.
050.
We gotta see that acceptance inside value. Right back to settlement. Value
price. Yeah, the pullback.
Value low. TPO value low is 21,890. 21,890. So if we get back above there and we show some acceptance, basically above settlement, you hold above settlement. There you go.
What price you got?
Dakota, you're an animal these days, huh?
I got 76 3/4. The scalping, it's more frequent trades. Trades.
Don't overthink it, Dakota.
Quick.
Don't overthink it. Stay locked in. Yep, stay locked in. Let's take a look at the ES here. Tapping on some highs. A 60.22 just printed. A couple ticks off of it.
Out the
Right.
the opening range.
Opening range, good stuff.
Crude 74% long.
Yeah, crude just popped too. Crude's up. Well, crude's up.
Also,
Call it.
Andre, another pop is Besant's going to be talking here at 9. One of those, as I was hoping, would join us. So 9 o'clock. Besant.
It's Besant buy. Lutnick
High.
lower. Lutnick
Let
lower.
Nick loss.
Lutnick
Navarro
loss.
negative.
Got you. Okay, that's top of the hour here. We got a 500 lot upside in the ES. We've been seeing those last week and a half. Gold cooking. Tapping on some new highs here. 34.18 printed. Also, into the top of the chat. Tops up daily levels. We update and refresh those before every New York Open. Click on that. Have a little real estate on the screen. We'll be referring to those throughout. You heard Hoke talking about it just a couple seconds ago. I like to do you one better. Indicators tab, top of Top Step X. Click on that, type in Top Step Daily Levels. Have those slap overlaid right on top of your charts as we continue to push higher here in the NASDAQ. Dakota Long from 76 3/4.
Correct. Yeah, I just got flat. Yep, I'm flat.
Right.
Big profits. We're at 81. I closed the last one out at 74 for minus about a point and a half.
Okay, update that P&L when you get a chance.
Yeah, 196. That was a scratch trade. We didn't really get a breakout like we did last time. I think this market might be a little bit choppy right now until we get some type of consolidation.
73% long in the ES right now. Go ahead, Jack.
Go over to my charts. People mentioning gold's cooking, and the dollar's been getting killed off the numbers here. Here's the DXY. These are hourly candles. You can see since this morning at about 3 a.m. we've had quite the sell-off, only extended by the numbers today. A little softer employment, little softer inflation. Kind of with Barron, I'm kind of surprised that we might have a little buyer exhaustion here. I was expecting this just to rip off the numbers.
Got it. Again, yesterday, NASDAQ ES saw what? 80, 81. Maybe did you see 84% long tilt yesterday? Started to see some heavy long tilts coming in that astonishing 74% long tilt in the NASDAQ. I'm so sure that's a big number considering what we saw yesterday. Right now, keep an eye on that. Again, like Eddie said, 79% long crude right now as we're pushing higher here. $67, 40 cents now. Crude up about 40 cents in the last 6 minutes or so. Marv Daly says, I think it's going to happen again. What's going to happen? It's happening. Yeah.
Nothing ever happens.
No, nothing ever does happen. Again, we got percent top of the hour. No Aussie numbers. Hoop in the chat said 30-year bond auction. 30-year auction could be a big one. That's not for a couple hours. See how that plays out. High noon central, indeed.
Well, we're looking. The yields have come in quite a bit.
Yeah.
You know, we got the 10-year down. Since yesterday, we've come in about 13 bips in the 10-year, pushing lower. So maybe more attention to the employment numbers as opposed to the inflation. But ongoing theme has been those inflation numbers are never off by more than 0.1 one way or the other. It's incredible. They're like psychics.
In line. Aaron, they're in line. Looks like we got inflation under control. I think we're
Where's the damn rate cuts?
Keep in mind, we're still in control. We're still above 2%.
I understand that, but
Crude oil inventories need to hire them.
into the year, they were like, we're going to cut rates 3 times, and then they dropped it down to like what, 1 was the expectation after that.
Tariffs came in. Inflationary, right?
Yeah, but
unemployment's 4.2%. Holding steady.
You're not seeing the report data for inflation. I don't know. We always get in an argument about this.
I love it.
I won't do it today.
I love it. I mean,
like if you look at the inflation data, we are at the same inflation level as 2018.
2018, yeah, okay. With that being said, though, no introduction of tariff. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, Dakota, you're back in?
Yeah, I'm long from 79. Already hit.
It says we were trying to get inflation up then.
Baron loves inflation. Can't wait to pay more at the grocery store, says Brooksy. Baron, do you indeed love inflation? Is this a fact?
Yeah, I love talking about inflation, Jack. But okay, like we're at the same inflation level as 2018, and the rates were 2.25% to 2.5%, and right now what are they? 4.5
in
to
the 4.75. Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the rate?
What was the Fed? What was the Fed rate at that time?
The Fed rate was 2.25% to 2.2.
Exactly.
Or 2.25 to 2.25. Or sorry, 2.25 to 2.5. Stumbling for my word.
We're coming out of a very long period of inflation, going back a couple of years would be the difference. I mean, I just think about it this way. I think we both agree. I think there's a valid, you could do it, but it's like their mandate is kind of their mandate. We're still above 2%. Employment is way below 5% unemployment.
I would like to see a quarter point if they're going to do it, maybe in a couple months. But
what do you
remember? They could also.
What do they need to see it below 2%, Jack? I think it's Goolsby's saying they need it in Bostic as well. They need
what they would love. What they would love to see, I think, if we're being honest, is like it's just a bad look coming out of inflation, cutting rates when all the assets are like super high, right? I mean, do we need to juice this market more at this point? I think they would love to see on the open market what's happening now. Like
the stock market, like they're related. Like I understand that, but from a government perspective, if you're just looking at inflation data and jobs, essentially, like that's the dual rate mandate, you shouldn't even care about what the stock market's at then.
Right. If you're just looking at dual mandate, you should care what the dual mandate is.
Yeah, I understand that they do, but like from a just like how they should look at it is they shouldn't care about the stock market. But I know they do.
I'll tap the window one more time on this. Their mandate is 2%. We're above that in inflation and have been consistently for 2 years. Unemployment is below the mandate.
It's above 2% by how much though? Like it's
not much, Baron.
It's minimal.
Well, I mean, it's like, are you a little pregnant? Right? You're either pregnant or you're not.
Pergonante.
I like that. I mean, I love the healthy debate.
Yes,
I see both sides.
My favorite YouTube video of all time is this person who went through whatever that, like Quora or something, and copy pasted all the people misspelling pregnant in ways. Like, help! I'm Pergonante. I'm Pergoner. 60-20 still.
It's running a little high. We got 70. We just see 74% long in the Nasdaq. Dakota, you still in this? I know you took 3.
No, yeah, I took profits on that already for 2 contracts, and then scratch for those others. But yeah, I want to see them cut rates. I want to see them cut it by 0.25% first, and then yeah, that's what I want to see. I know the Fed's really good at what they say in their words, and they could indirectly reduce the rates without actually reducing them by just being more hawkish or dovish.
Well, they want, ideally they want the bond market to do the work for them, so they don't have to necessarily.
What they would love to see is what's kind of half happening today. They would love to see rates come down on the longer end naturally by the open market, and probably stocks to come off a little bit too, or at least some of the more bubble type things. But they're not cutting this time. You got Powell next week. It's going to be lit.
They're not supposed to be looking at stock prices, Jack. Wink, wink.
I don't know. Maybe they cut them by a full percentage point, like Trump wants.
Do you remember March?
That would be crazy.
What do you think the market would do?
If they cut
all-time high?
Well, depends. Emergency rate cut like that. Initially, it would be bullish, but then it's like, why are they cutting by this?
Scare the hell out of everybody.
Exactly.
Like, what's wrong?
Exactly.
Why did they do that?
Exactly. Al goes would love it off the bat, push it way, way higher, and then they pause to be like, why are they doing like Hogue said? And yeah, you'll see volatility. I'll tell you, the emergency rate cut, October 8th, 2008 or something like that. Therefore, it's a Friday. And it absolutely
we got crude, 84% long here in crude.
Flight to Vegas 4 hours later. 60.26 new highs in the ES. Yes, Eddie, we got 84% long in crude oils. We're pushing higher, $67.44 coming into the top of the hour.
Andre, that wasn't a O'Hare spread that you went to Vegas after that, was it?
No, man, that was marketed, max size.
Just had a good day.
Yeah, it was like a 10-minute trade, and all that one a day. No, that was
vacation that day.
Yeah, that was a wild one. So I had no idea. I was like, what, 20 something? I had no idea what I was doing. I'm like, is this easy?
You were like my age. You're aging yourself there, Andre.
I'm a little older than you, Baron. I can tell you that. I'm a little older than you. Hey, look at crude. Crude not done. 86% long. Man, Baron's just going for anyone right now. Going after Powell. Going after Jack. Going after Brooksy in the chat. Going after me. I love it when Baron brings the heat. I'll be seeing you in less than a week. Baron, seeing you Dakota as well. Coach Jay.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go take a boxing lesson for that. So I don't
You still want to do that, huh, Baron?
Well, I think Danielle is very adamant about us doing that. So
we can, but we could do like 3 minutes. And I'm not joking, man. This is being as a friend.
I know. I've already accepted this, Dakota.
Okay.
I would probably get my ass like.
No,
95%.
I will not hurt you. I will not, because
Dakota's just coming out like prime Iron Mike.
I know, man. Mouthpiece. No. I think it would be a fun little.
He's got his boxing robot coming out of his bathroom.
Danielle in chat, you said you guys sounded interested, so she ordered the supplies.
She sure did.
Oh yeah.
There's no turning back now. Yes.
No, it's like one of those where you put it into the internet, or what do they call it? Once it's out there, it's not going back.
Like your frozen.
That's right. Ooh, still 86% long in crude right now. Coming up to overnight.
Wait, she ordered a heavy bag. She ordered a heavy bag. What?
Where?
Sure did. She
ordered a heavy bag. Are we gonna have a heavy bag at the apartment, or at the?
It's gonna
be the neighbors.
Yeah.
There's nothing louder than being below a heavy bag or above it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Jay. Oh yeah. Just get very, very, very excited again. We'll give you more details at Top Step Trader meetup on June 18th. We'll give you some more details, give you the link for the RSVP in a little bit. Let's get back to these markets. Dakota, 3 trades already. Doing some scalping.
3 trades.
Adjusting. Yeah.
1 winner, 1 scratch, the other one half and half. So a little mixed. I think the first trade was great. The other 2 might have been a little too, I don't want to say forced, but when you're scalping like this, it's very easy to find trades. So patience. I need to keep practicing patience.
Yeah, if you go looking
It's
for
gonna be
trades,
a-
you're going to find them.
Yeah, especially on this smaller scalping. I think this is going to be the key to this is always going to be most strategies, quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. So even though I'm only scalping, I still need to have that same level of patience finding those quality setups rather than, oh, there's a scalp here, there's one there, there's one here. I would think I'm rather going for, even if I take 2 trades and they're just 2 scalps for the day, I'm going to be done. Because these are micros, and even though they're micros, the P&L might not be moving as much once I get ready and go back to my full minis. Yeah, I'm up $210, right? But then if these were full minis, that's actually $2,000, $2,100 trading my regular minis. So patience, not looking to have so many trades, I think, compared to how I was in the combine. But statistics are good, and just gonna trade the setup and see how it goes.
Process over profits. Process over profits. Besant, yes, speaking to Senate in about 60 seconds. Spoke to the House yesterday. Did see some talk about tariffs. And Lutnick came out and said, nothing's changing this deal. We're going lower. 55%. It's like, come on, man. Get out of the way. Quit talking. Oh, by the way, Jack, I saw Michael taking a victory lap in our Slack about the apology.
Who took the bet,
content.
though?
He didn't know matter. Remember yesterday? He's like, I won. Who did I
Put
bet?
it out there. Exactly. He put it out there. He's I think celebrating a bet where he didn't have a counterparty. I'm not sure how that worked.
I love it. I win. Yeah, I win. But so he did privately apologize then? This is confirmed? There he is. There he's in the chat still taking laps. There he is off the top row. Michael called it. I win. Who did I bet? Pay up, everyone. Pay up, suckers. Yes. Glenn apologize. He listened to his father. Look at the screenshot of that. But yes, you can settle that bet. He apologize. So are they going to kiss and make up now and back into business? Who knows? This is just incredible. Absolutely incredible. So look at 84% long in crude oil right now. It's trading $67.50. Michael declared
They'll make up for now, but it's a little bit like it's not a direct
yeah.
comparison, but it reminds me of like Prigozhin in Russia when he kind of tried to storm Moscow and then made the big mistake of making up. Like they're not gonna forget that, as you might recall. He had
to never be found again. Yeah,
end.
Even just gave the old college try and never was successful. Come for the king, you best.
Like I feel like once you unload, I know he deleted the tweet, but once you unload something like that Epstein thing, Trump's not gonna forget that, right?
No.
Who do you win against, Michael?
Yeah, that was
There it is. Oh, we're here. Look at that. I win. Just
I win.
Period. Next time Michael put a period on that. I win. Look at that. Just incredible. Yep. Michael. All I do is win. Yes, he did. So we live in a simulation. Look, oh, there's the medal. Look at this guy. He's putting medals around his neck, like Alex Ferreira, with all the medals behind him in his place. Awesome. Can't make this up. What is happening?
Thing is, if you're crossing the Rubicon, you need to know that you're doing that. I'm still thinking about that Prigozhin thing. That's one of an all-time galaxy brain decisions.
Like I said, come for the king. You best not miss.
Definitely don't miss and be like, my bad.
My bad.
Everything cool now?
Can we talk this out? Yeah, will do, Danielle. Yes. Coming up past the top of the hour here.
I'm long 68.
Yeah, man, you get in there. I like it. 68, 21,868. Default's going 3 micros, Dakota?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, cool.
3 micros.
Maybe pull down. This push off open to me just seems a little weak, but who knows?
Yeah,
I mean, I would expect, like, I would have expected us to be higher based off CPI and PPI data. I would have expected us to be well above, like, we'd be sitting in the 22,000s, and we're not there right now, so.
Yeah, we're still below the CPI candle from yesterday.
Yeah, I think we can pull down, potentially.
Yeah, I thought we'd be pushing 22,000s as well.
Gotta get there. Let's trade 21,864. Dakota long from 868. ES definitely the stronger of the two. Hey, Hogue. Gold. Man, we were trading what, 33.50? Yeah, 33.50 overnight. Hell, we're 60 bucks higher here. What are you seeing? Still uptrend. Crude just keep popping here. New highs crude. Gold. What's your analysis over there on what we're seeing? It's buying the dip, but dips are much deeper, I'll say. Longer time frame?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's in the medium time frame, it's range bound. We were at the low end of that range on Monday. We just checked the high of that range today. We did not take the opening range trade today because of the PPI numbers, but the market did take it out by 2 ticks, leaving a failed downside auction, came all the way up, took out the IB high, almost got to weekly kickoff high, 34.21. The high of the session is 34.1980, so that's kind of in the range to take that trade, and now it's right back inside the initial balance. It's probably going to range for the rest of the day, but with the dollar as weak as it is, you know, as Jack was mentioning earlier, it's got a nice bid under gold. Didn't close the gap, still like it, but I'd love to get an opportunity to see it up at weekly kickoff high 34.21.
34.21. Got about 11 bucks to go there. Crude continuing to move higher here. $67.69. Dakota, you still in?
I took the loss, but I did get back in at 49.
49 now. 49.
Yep. And
how are you getting in, Dakota? You didn't get into this 49s the same way you got into the other trades. You didn't have a buy trigger, did you?
No, I didn't, but I hit the take profit for all 3 of them at 6 points instead of just one at a time. So I'm still noticing I'm making little mistakes here and there with getting in, getting out, and managing, 3 versus 1 versus 1. So still little mistakes that I'm noticing that I'm doing in these, because everything's happening so fast. So.
It is. You're sprinting now. You're not doing the 400 meters. You're doing a 60 meter dash now. It's just straight out of the blocks.
I think we pull down here.
It looks like Dakota's having a lot of fun with it too.
It is more fun. Hey, Bear, where are we pulling down to? Bear, you're looking for 780s, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see 810 first. That's where True Day Open is. I think we could potentially sweep the low from the news this morning, but I'd be on like the scalp side with this, kind of like Dakota is.
Like a scalp short is what you're saying?
Yeah. Just like shoot for like 40, 50 points somewhere in there.
Where are you gonna get 40, 50 points though, Baron? Where do you see 40, 50 points in these markets? I'm not being an asshole. Obviously,
There's a high probability we sweep True Day Open on Thursdays, so I would look to just get in the shorts. It's 21,808. That's True Day Open.
Did you say specific to Thursdays? On Thursdays and
yeah.
Can you say that one more time? Sorry. On Thursdays.
So,
yeah.
Let me actually pull up a little bit more data because I only had 6 months.
All good. All good.
Say 70% chance to retrace to that
Whoa,
day open.
whoa! I just got long, and a
We
tape
popped.
bomb just hit.
Yeah, new highs. 60.27 half now. 60.27 in the orders.
I'm long
As- ooh,
from.
there we
I'm long
go.
from 59.
Hell yeah, man. What do we get? What do you say? What do you say? Pushing higher. 21,902 just printed. Dakota is long from 59, about 40 points. And there's your 40. I just said, where did you find 40, 50 point scalps, Andre? Just shut up. There's one right there that literally just happened. How about that?
Wow.
Cody, you still holding all three?
No, the first two take profits hit almost instantly. I got like 15 points out of each of them, but I'm still long one from 59 when that tape bomb hit. Wow.
Nice.
Sent by.
Timing is everything, huh?
Sent by.
Yeah.
Always.
Nothing from
Picking up
Descent
your
yet
settlement.
over the wire here that I'm seeing.
What was that? Well, Baron, there's your 40, 50 point scalp. I told you that doesn't exist anymore. Lo and behold, 30 seconds later, it did. Are you looking at 21,900s, Baron? I know you're looking at just above 22,000 perhaps for a short. What level's up here?
I would maybe even short this pop. I don't know. I would kind of wait on this. It's market's in a weird spot. Kind of having an issue reading it today. So
Okay. I also want to touch on that stat. I want to hear more about that stat about Thursdays and 70% probabilities. Hold that. Let's see where this market, where they want to take this market. We're seeing some more buying in the ES, and ES keeps pushing higher here. We're seeing those 600 lots on the bids, on the S, and on the ladder in the ES. Is there more gas in the goose? Or the NASDAQ just printed 21,902. Jack 6030. ES, anything on the upside that's piquing your interest?
Not until we get to like 60-40 or 60-50 would I look to take a short. Damn, once again, it was before the market we had our chance to buy when it came above 6,000. One of these days, roll in action. As Hoop mentions, there's 500 lots flying.
Justin Brown in the chat says, we're hitting 22,000 for sure today, maybe higher. All right, we got about 100 points to go. Saw 22,000s earlier this week. Dakota, you're flat?
Yep, I'm flat now. Yep.
So that last trade, did you have a buy stop above that you got triggered into when we hit that? How did you get in that? You're changing. I'm trying to keep up with you. I absolutely love it.
Okay.
I want you to stay locked in.
I hate to give this answer, but it depends, Andre.
Sure.
Like, is it a breakout trade? Is it a reversal? What am I looking at? Because the technicals could be different for each of the trades, but typically, yeah, buy stop. I've noticed that I'm so slow doing this manually. It's been by the time I put the buy stop in, sometimes the trade goes without me, and this was an example. Good thing I didn't. I just marketed in there, and then it just jumped out. If I would have had a buy stop, I might have missed that one, or I would have had slippage. So I'm noticing the human error in me with being slow, and the level of like focus is much higher than just normally how I've been trading.
Justin Brown, you're not Justin Brown from the Chicago area, are you?
You know Justin Brown?
Doxing someone.
I do. You know Justin Brown?
We do.
Very good. All right. Stay, Baron, hold that thought. Hold that thought. It is Thursday. We repeated this 3 times already this week. Let's make it a 4th. We'll do it again tomorrow. Really like this one. We asked Alex about it as well. Tip of the week. Here for trading, here for skiing. But with that being said, Eddie, what is the tip of the week? Top Step TV.
The tip of the week, me friends. Optimize your trading environment. Absolutely. Now, optimizing your trading environment, whether you like it or not, it's one of the most overlooked keys to consistency and performance. You know, being cluttered, noisy, disorganized can lead to hesitation, distraction, emotional decisions. So on the flip side, a clean, focused, well-equipped, everything where you know where it is, can analyze markets clearly. It's going to help you stay in the zone. And like I said before, just like an athlete, you need the right gear and conditions to compete at your best. Okay, a trader needs the right environment to perform with precision, confidence, and total focus. And you know, one of the things too that we sort of overlook is, I can trade with Wi-Fi. Reliable internet and backup save the day. Remember, have that. A lot of people have that backup electricity thing too, for just in case. But remember, hardwire is the best route to go, better than Wi-Fi. All right, so keep that in mind. And that's what I've got here. Optimize your trading environment. Back to you, Andre. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to be doing the meetup next week. I'm going to kick this out also, since we are in time here. We're hosting a meetup for Chicago traders on Wednesday, June 18th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Winnie's Flat. Oh, what a cool place in where we call it Old Town. It's a great neighborhood in Chicago. I hope to see you there. We got some special guests, including Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, and Baron. Yes, two of these guys that are on right now. Coach Jay's in the chat room. I can't wait to see these guys. If you're coming, let us know. We're going to be dropping a link in the chat. Put that link in there for an RSVP link to let us know that, hey, I'm coming, and be ready for me. So that's what we got here. I'm going to pass this back to Andre. June 18th, 7 to 9, Woody's. See you there.
Awesome. We'll get that link pinned at the top of the chat for the RSVP. Baron, any requests for the DJ? Any songs you'd like to hear? Some bangers. What does Baron like to hear at these shindigs, if you will?
Shindig.
Rufus. You want to hear some Rufus? What do you got?
Say Led Zeppelin.
He's on mute.
He is on music. Take a vigorous swing of his. We like Monster, I do believe. We're pushing higher 60-30 last trade in the ES.
I was saying you're aging yourself with a shindig there, Andre, but
that's twice I've done it. Twice.
What would I like to
All right, what bangers do you like to jam out to? What do you got?
It's even cringier now. Like you made it cringier.
Bad to worse? Go from bad to worse.
Baron, say you're hanging out with your buds.
Yeah.
What are you throwing?
Man.
What do you want to... We can't win around here, man.
Too high.
New highs! Can we get to 22,000 even? Got about 85 points to go in the NASDAQ. Up into the right. Percent buy. 60.33 last trade in the ES. We're cooking here. Still 82% long on that crude oil. Man, oh man. Up and to the right. Does Baron like Smash Mouth? Absolutely. Baron loves Smash Mouth.
Yeah, play some Smash Mouth.
6-hour bigger swing of his water. 34.08 last trade. Don't say Nickelback, Michael. Michael, you got a little, who doesn't like Nickelback? You know what kind of numbers they put up? Nickelback puts up numbers.
You got Michael Killers.
Nickelback puts up numbers.
He put up numbers. Look at those. They crushed it. And nice. Yeah, there's a RSVP into the top of the chat. We very much looking forward to that. George, see you there. Doom, see you there. People flying in, booking hotels, driving in from all corners. Country of the earth, of the planet. Come on in. Very much looking forward to that. A lot of fun. Vibes. We're all in this together. Yes. We're all in this together. Well, yes, it is. Oh, come on. Michael's fired. Bernie Madoff put up numbers. Was he any good? Man, I'm just getting it from all angles.
I mean, he was good till he wasn't.
Yeah. Financial crisis happened, then music stopped and there was nowhere to sit. 60.34 just printed in the ES. Can we get to 22,000? In the chat, we're saying we're going to get to 22,000. Get there.
Looks like it. Buy the dip. Yeah. Where do we buy this market?
I don't know. All right, Baron. Since I got you, see if we keep tapping on the highs here. What was that stat now? 70% chance on a Thursday that what happens again? So I know it's only 6 months sample set, but what was that?
That we sweep True Day Open. So that's midnight New York. We came pretty close to it right off Open. We were 10 points off it. But yeah, it's one of those stats out of Edgeful. Sweep True Day Open. It's I mean, it depends on the day. Like some days are really good for it. Like if we open below it on a Wednesday, again, it's close to 70% chance for it to sweep. On Fridays, if we open below it, 75%. So, you know, like I like to use those stats to influence the trade, but you know, you need to find the entry and have the price action to support it. You can't just take the stat and use that.
Of course, what is True Day
Love
open? We're asking, what is True Day open? New highs, yes.
It's midnight New York time. It's whatever that candle opens up at. It's midnight New York.
Damn. Right, they are ES. Very, very
Methodically
strong.
pushing this higher here.
Yes, they are, Jack. 60-37 new highs there. Nasdaq by 8 points to go to get. Go ahead.
Possible value acceptance here in the equities.
Possible. What are you looking for? What prices do you want to see? How do you want that to say? Possible to confirmed, Hogue. How do we go from possible to
Yeah,
confirmed?
this is a tricky setup. We opened, you know, outside of range and value. We're now back inside value. Back in the day, we used to call this the 80% play. I think it's more like the 65% play, but we used to look for two 30-minute bars to close inside of the previous day's value to mark acceptance. That's when you can take the trade. But it can be a tricky trade. It can go, you know, inside value. Remember, we were talking about the value low in the Nasdaq being from yesterday 21,890. Well, we're in it, but we've got to show acceptance. It can go inside of it and then reject it again, go inside it and reject it again, and then finally accept it. So it can be a really tricky trade. That's why we were always looking for two 30-minute bars to close inside of it before really looking at it as an acceptance of value.
Awesome stuff. All right, Hogue, so we're trading 21,915, 890. So we're about, I don't know, 20, 30 points higher right now. If we stay above, that's value acceptance, correct?
Yes. Then you start looking to buy breaks. We're looking to buy dips.
Gotcha. All right, so how much more time do we need? We're coming in the bottom of the hour. I think
for two 30-minute bars, it could happen. It could finish before we get two 30-minute bars to close inside of it. That's why this setup is pretty tricky.
You got to preempt it then. But the upside, the return is
okay.
That's the play.
So if it plays out completely, it takes price up to 22,062.
062. Shit. Okay, good stuff, Hogue. 22,062. Get there. All right. Oh yeah, Hogue locked in, my man. Driving power hour yesterday. I saw you, Hogue. Good stuff. Market didn't give you much either, man. Be great. Market didn't give you shit. Some power hour.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always tricky. The market doesn't want to cooperate. You know, I'm coming to the bottom hour in about 10 minutes. Dakota, you got any? I want to see how you execute. This. What it looks like on the ladder. Do you do chart? How do you get? Do you execute on the ladder or the chart for buy stops?
The ladder? Yeah, I just use the buy bid, join bid and ask. Market in, market out, depending on the setup.
Stuff.
Pushing closer to the bottom of the CPI candle. At the 6042 in the ES.
Yep. Yeah, 60.42. Got about 6 points to go there. Bottom of the CPI candle. All right. Look at 10-year. 10-year prices aren't moving that much. Gold's still stuck around 3,400, about $8 higher. 34.08 last trade. 10% is testifying. Is that they wanted to buy it up? Not seeing too much on the wire. EIA Necas. Bottom of the hour. President bill signing ceremony in about 40 minutes. Bill signing ceremony.
What bills we got?
I mean, a big, beautiful bill. One big, beautiful bill.
He's not signing that.
No, well, it's got to end up at his desk. Has it been signed yet, the big, beautiful bill?
It's in the Senate right now, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Then it's got to go back to Congress.
Yep.
Schoolhouse Rock style.
Yes, I was just thinking about that. Nothing on the tilt. Ooh, change. We got. We still got that. Hey, we saw 84% long crude, still holding 79%. Oh no, 80%. 20 cents off the highs there. So, Baron, you still haven't answered my question. What music would you like to listen to at the party? Is that better or worse?
You know, my chat's telling me we should get some Sabrina Carpenter going.
Man, that's some soft ass
Well,
shit.
I would say personally, I would say just throw on some Creed. Just throw on some Creed. I think that would probably fit the vibe.
Okay, all right.
Play Nickelback.
I love it. I love it. Well, Baron, do you sing karaoke, Baron? If so, what's your go-to song?
Terribly. I sing karaoke very, very poorly.
And what's your go-to? I want to see this. We're gonna put you to this.
We're gonna find out. Yeah, we're gonna find out.
My request: let's play the whole 1998 DMX album. It's dark, hell is hot.
I know Michael would definitely be down with it. If Michael was gonna be there, Michael loved DMX, man. All right, pushing higher here. 60-38. And look at NASDAQ. Come on, NASDAQ. Can we get to 22,000? We got 70 points to go. Isn't that good? Smashing Pumpkins. They're from Chicago.
Yeah. Siamese Dream. My wedding first dance song was Smashing Pumpkins.
Is that true?
So.
Well, a little bit more here every time we tune in. Oh, we're still a little light on the likes, man. Come on. Baron in the house, number 38. Number 39 on the big board. Dakota, number 5 on the big board. What's up, Baron?
You just don't do your job sometimes.
Can you do it for me, man?
Yeah, can you hit like, subscribe, and click that notification bell?
Man, that was really convincing. They're really... Watch these likes go up by
That
6. Watch these likes go up. Watch, actually just went up by 100. Good job, Baron. That was really good.
Yeah, I mean, I
more than that.
They like. I think that they like when I hate on you, Andre.
I like when you hate on me. I like when you hate on me. I like when you try to call for rate cuts that aren't going to happen, too. They will. You remember last year, 2024, like 7 rate cuts, and what did we end up with, like 3?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
What we were pricing in coming into this year. We're definitely kicking it. Definitely pushing it. They're coming. Oh, Andrea. Andrea wants also in our meeting yesterday. Andrea wants me to say, yeah. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. # Fast Markets. # Tops. Hashtag Power Hour at TopStep TV. Keep pumping. Andrea, what do we want to see? Let me know. Let's see some trading setups. Let's see some funny memes. Roasting me, roasting Baron, roasting Jack, Dakota, whoever you want to roll. Roasting Andrea. Again, # Power Hour at TopStep TV on the X. All right, that's twice, Andrea. I've done it twice. We'll do it 5 more times today. We're gonna do it more. So we'll do.
We're
to the bottom.
starting to get a pullback. A little bit of a pullback here. Had a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. We consolidated for 10 minutes. Now we are breaking down below 908.
Wait, okay. Well, Dakota, 3-bar reversal. You have not implemented that at all yet today. You have not. Have you? You're
yet. I mean that.
Man. You're momentum trading this.
Yeah, a lot of momentum here. I am still watching this 5-minute chart. You can see there's that 3-bar reversal on that long, that breakout. I'm not looking to get in short this market at all. Even though this could be a nice setup. I know I might have taken this before. This nice little 3-bar reversal. Maybe looking for a little bit of a pullback from this. But if you're a momentum trader, there's not much momentum behind this because all the momentum right now is to the long side. Lots of momentum to the long side. Even though the risk reward would be good to the shorts, I just can't do it from a scalping perspective.
Yeah, we're getting selling and just nothing's. We're not pulling down. So
I'm keeping.
We also broke the. I've been using the 45-minute IB. We broke that 45-minute IB high, so I would assume, you up.
Damn, ES. Look at ES go. Just grinding up. It's just a movable fort. Look at this thing go, Jack. Coming up on the 60-40s, 60-39. And it is just bid, grinding higher. Volume. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles on the 5-minute here. As we train 60-30. Comes in on these 60-40s. I got a feel we might. Can we get to 22,000 even in the NASDAQ? About 80 points to go, but ES is leading the charge right now.
Baron,
Oh,
what do you say? What do you say to all the IB haters out there?
I knew it, Hogue. I knew you were going to take the bait.
Here's the thing.
I love it.
The IB's been around since the 1980s, and the stats on it are so clean. Like, it's like, how would you have the data to back it? Like, why would you not use it? You just have to understand, like, when double breaks happen. Like, double breaks do happen. There was one yesterday. There was one 2 days ago as well. But as long as you understand that and you can navigate around a double break day, like, it's the IB for me is like when I started implementing that. That's when I started seeing consistent profits.
Can we
So
talk
there,
about that?
all you IB haters. You
All
got
right.
actual data.
IB, initial balance, double break. Speak English to me. What do you guys mean? The data is there, the support is there. Baron, Hogue, break it down for me. Oh, well, hold on. Let's see if this rally just ain't stopping here. 60-40 now.
Yeah, it looks like it pushes. So the IB, there's something called the single break and a double break. Single break is so a single break is okay. Essentially, what the IB is it's from the first hour of market open. I've started using a 45-minute IB, so it's from 9:30 Eastern to 10:50. It breaks the high, and like today we broke the high, so you would assume that low doesn't break, and then you can apply extensions onto the IB, and those also have a pretty high probability of beating. But if you have a double break, it breaks the high. Like yesterday, it broke the high, and then we broke the low. Those double breaks, I've gotten really good at predicting them. I called out both of them yesterday. Like, we had 2 of them this week, and I called out both. So, if you understand when the double break happens, then it's a lot easier to navigate the IB.
So a double break is when it takes out the high, and then the low, or the opposite. It takes out the low and then takes out the high as a double break.
Yeah.
That, all you IB haters, take that. I love it. No, I know exactly what you guys are talking about. It's absolutely, the market is telling you, the volume is telling you, the volume's backing it up. Great stuff. But on the outright, you got nat gas came and went. Again, percent is testifying as we're seeing some pushing high, grinding up and to the right on the ES. Look at some of these other prices.
Well, the IB's been established.
Yes, it has. Last trade in the crude, $67.63. Gold's $3,410. Jack, always, you got nuggets and tidbits for it. You got nuggets and tidbits for it. Always bringing the heat. We got Adobe
small
earnings
nuggets and tidbits. This is more of some interesting tidbit. You mentioned the nothing ever happens portfolio. Just Twitter account. I'm sharing it to do credit, but thinking about adding the Salesforce to the nothing ever happens portfolio. I do appreciate how he refers to Mark Benioff as Gavin Belson here. Puking 2 to 4 million. I couldn't believe it, but then I looked at these. Let's go to the next picture. Mark Benioff has been selling 2 to 4 million nominal dollars worth of Salesforce every day back in 2015.
Wait a minute.
You see the dates there. This is 2015. All right. Now let's go to the next one. This is 2024. He's still doing it.
Still up to his old tricks.
Selling $2 to $4 million every day.
Is he selling
That is
because he owns so much, or is he short selling?
Yeah. How much is this?
No, he owns so much. He's the CEO and founder.
Yeah, I know
So
the
it's
guy.
one way to do it.
The slick back hair guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
2 to 4
Selling
million
it.
every day.
Cash out, man.
At least he's consistent. This is like way more consistent than
Hungus.
people usually take money out. But wow, good for him. Also, I wanted to show you guys what I was talking about yesterday, and I'm working on the Top Step version right now. But this is Goodnight
Uh-oh.
Coast Guard, propaganda book, given to me as a gift. Let me give you a sampling of some of the.
Oh, here we go.
Howdy, Coast Guard Academy, where cadets learn how to protect our oceans. Go, U.S. Coast Guard, you're the best. This is what I'm pouring into my 3-year-old's head. He requested this book, but
we need a
the
Top
Goodnight
Step.
Have you seen
I'm working on it.
Have you seen those videos of the Coast Guard like raiding cartel submarines?
Oh, yeah.
I have not.
When they jump on that thing? Yeah, they jump on
should,
them and they just...
You should look them up on YouTube. It's like you think the Coast Guard does nothing, and then you see that you're like, okay, this is kind of crazy. Like they pull up in a boat and then they hop on like they jump on top of the submarine and then they're like opening the hatch and all that.
They open the hatch. They have no idea what's
So-
in there.
Yeah, my father-in-law's best Coast Guard story is they once had to defuse a Great Lakes mutiny. A
Where?
boat.
Where?
Toledo.
There's a mutant?
Yeah, basically the captain was barricaded inside this foreign ship because he wasn't paying the staff, so they had to like
That'll do it.
go in and see what's going on.
That'll do it. You gotta pay.
I'll tell you the rest of this story off air, and we'll see if we can tell it here because parts of it are pretty funny, but I can't tell if it's gonna go over well with the chat part of it. But
Well, maybe
we'll
can
talk
tell
about
it
the
at
Great Lakes Mutiny.
Yeah, we'll talk
Yeah.
about it at the Top Step, the meetup, the trader meetup. I'm sure we can get to a little
Oh.
bit around there.
You could bring that book, Jack.
Oh, that's right. We got more gas in here in the ES. ES just relentless, pushing higher. 60-40, half just printed new highs there. NASDAQ a little lagging. Right now, ES is doing the heavy lifting to the upside.
I just entered. Stop below the base. Just look for momentum continuation.
I was going to place a similar trade there, Baron. Looking for a breakout alongside.
What price, Baron?
21,921.
921. Roger that.
And I am in long as well. I got 925.
925.
Base
They're
of the
long from
CPI
92.
candle.
You okay? 925, 921. 921. 925. Let's see if we can get this thing pushing higher here. Take a look at the tilt 50-50 tilt NASDAQ and the ES. And we saw that heavy long tilt yesterday, 84%. Saw Michael short a 17 lot in the ES, just chilling, talking about what names for the dog. And just chilling. How about that? Who was a winner? Lo and behold, jumped on a flight, met the was that Dylan? Was that the gentleman's name that Michael met in the airport?
Yeah, I think so.
Took a picture. Very, very cool. Post that. So it was a man out town. Man of the people. Oh, discipline works. Will MP be coming on this morning? Great interview with Lance B. It was a great interview with Lance B. We're working on that. We'll show that to you here in a little bit. It was great.
What clips of that interview? I loved it. I think it really. I mean, that's what an actual constructive conversation and open mind gets to. That kind of stuff. I know Lance was one of the bigger
Skeptics
of the prop firm world, and it's reasonable, right? It's very, very reasonable for what you see online to be a skeptic of what's going on in the prop firm world. But having that kind of conversation is, I mean,
absolutely.
That's what needs to happen. More of that.
It doesn't though. It's just all Twitter bullshit, man. It's just like 140 whatever, 280 characters. It's just blah blah blah, and like, there's. Don't get me started. Shout out to Michael, man. That's how you handle like a pro's pro.
Mm-hmm.
So yes. You know,
shout out to Lance for
being
able to have that level of conversation, because like even Lance said, he's like, yeah, I was just getting on Twitter and like the very beginning of the interview was like, yeah, I was just gonna go on there and kind of
Yeah.
feed the trolls or whatever, and the
I
clicks
know,
and the
I know.
views, and key too. Like it takes a lot for somebody to be that open-minded and to be able to have that conversation, and that's what makes an industry move forward, is conversations like that. So yeah, big shout out to Lance if he's listening.
Understanding, a mature, professional conversation, open-mindedness. Yeah, great job, Lance. Great job, Michael. We got that. We'll post that. We'll talk about it a little bit more here. That was very, very a great insight. New highs.
There you go.
New highs. Here we
First
go.
TP hit.
21,000. Baron's long. Dakota's long in the NASDAQ. Pushing higher is 21,937. Look at the ES 6043.
Second TP hit, and I have a runner. ATR on the 5 minutes, 26 points. We are almost there.
Hey, posted in the chat, our founder, CEO, Michael Patak, sit down with when Lance B. There's the link. Check it out when you got some time. A great interview. I watched it like once, and then I put it back on again, and I had something to do again. I wanted to watch it twice, but good stuff, a good talk, great talk. So there's the link. Check it out.
Yeah, it was good. Between Two Ferns. Michael kicks off as like Between Two Ferns. Zach Galifianakis. There it is. That's awesome. Got me. That one got me good. Like, Michael, I know you know what Between Two Ferns is. Sometimes Michael gets me with his pop culture knowledge. Yeah. That got me good. Got a little sore throat, had a tea, warm up the pipes, but no, all kidding aside, that was a very, very good stuff. All right, now let's get into this trade. Baron, are you still long? You're still long from 921?
I am, yeah.
Okay, cool. What's your upside?
The 0.7 extension of the 45-minute IB. So that's 21,984.
Good.
I like your trade, Baron. Wait, we're in the same direction.
Yes.
What's
are.
going on?
How about that? How about that?
Yeah.
I had to switch my bias because I was short bias coming in.
Come to the light side,
Into
Baron.
the top of the chat. To the top of the chat. Check that out. That was good stuff on both sides. Some people out there like to chirp, 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 and weren't keen to having a proper discussion. So that was awesome, both sides. Talking it up.
If you watched that
Andre,
interview, go ahead,
I
Eddie.
watched it. Yeah, he had to
I was
bail
gonna
on
say,
me
the
early.
Senate-
Go ahead.
The Senate is talking, but he's not talking anything about China. Basically, he's talking about in-house situations and topics. But I'm still watching if we can get anything out of this. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Enzo the Picker says,
Yeah.
Lance helps you realize the business is real. Michael Patak also helps you realize the business is real. But good, absolutely. Good point, both sides. And Michael had to cut lunch off early. Lunch day, I gotta go. I gotta do a podcast. Are you doing a podcast? Why aren't you doing that at Top Step TV? He's like, nah, this is a good one. All right.
Are we doing a podcast for Trader House? Are we doing a little podcast or what?
You
You
want
do an
to
impromptu one. Resurrect the
Yeah, yeah.
podcast. Still the feed.
We got everything. We got everything set up.
Here goes
man.
the market.
Yo, we ain't done up until. Oh, we got 50 points to go. 50 points to go to get 22,000 even. I know Hoag's got that target of 062. 062, the upside. 1,945. This is just a strong rally in the ES. Look at that 5-minute chart.
It sure is. The
Beautiful.
most obvious trade in the world worked out spectacularly this morning, but
Mhm.
alas, we were not on air.
Heck2R says, why is Dakota playing with micros? Dakota ain't playing with micros. Dakota's testing out new strategies, adapting to what's the market's presenting. All right, why am I answering for you, Dakota? You're here. Why are you quote unquote playing?
Oh, I was enjoying that. I mean, it's true because I've said it so many freaking times.
Ooh,
but,
spicy. Yo, go ahead, Dakota.
I've said it all week. What happens when you struggle? What happens when you need to go back to the drawing board? Is you take a step back, you go into a simulated environment, which everybody's seen me do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday night, I was like, okay, let's test this thing out. I'm not going to jump in and start seeing how it's performing in minis. That's stupid.
You don't want to just, you don't want to just
Insanity.
slam 10
to
minis.
say. What's that?
You don't want to just slam 10 minis on something you haven't tested.
No, that's insanity. I actually care about performance. I care about performing. Like I'm a trader. I don't get just paid to just come on here and throw money and make stupid decisions. This is my money. I've earned this live account.
It's my job.
There's no doubt, right? Like, this is my money. This is my capital at risk, and I don't want to sit here in front of thousands of traders losing money. And so I'm continuing to become better, and by doing that, sometimes that's what it requires. I've done it a few times, right, Andre, where I've had to, okay, let's take a step back. Let me make sure, what am I doing? Am I doing something wrong? Let's test this out. So that's what I did in a simulated environment, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Wednesday night, I'm like, okay, I like the way this scalping's performing. I've traded like this before. So Wednesday night, which was last night, I jumped into micros first. So that way I can make sure that everything's still in line. It's performing well. It has a positive expectancy. You see I'm doing it live in front of you. This is fast markets. These are micros, making sure everything's still doing good. And you can see those mistakes I'm making, right? Where I'm making these human errors of, how fast can I get in? How fast can I get out? Am I, executing things the correct way? Am I clicking the right buttons? Am I making sure the right contract size? Am I getting out correctly? Just like a professional athlete would practice anything, right? I need to practice my free throws. I need to practice that process, the execution. So you go through that, and then when you feel that confidence, like, okay, I'm starting to do everything. I'm making little to no mistakes. Let's go ahead and do this to minis. Now I'm ready to perform. Now I've tested in a sim environment. I'm testing this right now in the live environment. Very small, a couple $100 worth of risk. P&L is very small compared to just, I'm going to try and do this in minis. That's stupid. So now once I see the same results with micros that I was seeing in the simulated environments, maybe, I don't want to say tomorrow, because tomorrow might be very soon, but early next week, or like Monday, Tuesday, depending on like how it is, then I'll be in minis, and it, I expect to see the same performance. Like right now, I'm up $196. If this was in minis, it'd be $1,900. But it's less about the dollar amounts right now, and more about making sure I'm not making mistakes, making sure I'm executing the way I need to and the way that I want to, and make sure that this is still performing in the live environment. And yeah, I've done it before. I'll probably end up doing it again. There's ups and downs. Maybe I get trading really, really well, and then maybe come August, October, I start to struggle and I have to do it again. I've done this. I can't even count how many times I've had to step back and recalibrate and adjust, and that's kind of, I have yet to see a successful trader not do this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I need to do the same thing. I just had a conversation with Risk last week. It's my live account stats. I mean, I've been honest with my Discord. Like, my live account stats are abysmal for compared to every other account that I've traded. My win rate's like significantly lower. My RR is significantly lower, and I think part of that is me just trying to use too much size and just forcing too much size. And they were like, "You should trade micros." I was like, I don't want to trade micros, and I'm hard-headed, and I'm a little bit of a stubborn bastard too. So
Fair.
Went on stream last night, and I just shared all my live account stats with my my Discord, and they were like, lock out the mini product. And I did it on stream, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna trade micros for 2 weeks on this live account.
Yeah.
Even though I hate doing it, because I had that conversation last week, and last 3 days I've just hit DLL. And last night
what do you hate more?
I had a
you hate trade micros. You hate hating DLL more. And what
For me, I think it feels like a step back for me, because I've traded. I mean, like my standard size is like 3 minis, and then now I've been consistently trading like 10 minis on some accounts. So going back to taking a step back and trading micros is, I don't know, it feels like backwards progress. I at times, but I mean, sometimes that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
No, I went through it all, and I was like, these stats on this live account suck. Like they suck. So I locked out the mini product. I'm gonna just trade micros. So I don't know. I'm just a stubborn bastard, and I just didn't want to do it. It felt like taking a step back.
I love that, Baron. We all are. Everybody. Like nobody wants to feel like they are taking any steps back, but that's the reality of it. Like there's a level of being humble, where the market humbles us if we can't. There's no reset button in the live account, right? Where you can't just say, I'm just going to reset. You can't just switch accounts or go over here, go over there.
Yeah, I think what it is since my DLL has been so tight, I've just been using too much size. I mean, even last night, I took a trade. I got stopped out by 2 ticks, and then it ran 100 points in my direction.
Those are tough ones.
So
those are the ones that stay with you.
Yeah.
If I just used one mini, instead of 2, that trade would have been fine. But it's just I'm consistently oversizing.
Nothing wrong. You gotta admit it.
Great
There's no room for ego.
Look at this thing grind. We got Zombie Rally, ES 6045, NASDAQ about 50 points to go to get that 22,000. 22,000. Push higher here.
I'm flat.
Nice trade. Nice trade. 6045 coming into the top of the hour. The president is a bill signing ceremony. That's all they give us, a bill signing ceremony in 12 minutes as we continue to grind higher. Crude, bit of a pullback, 20-cent pullback here. Trading $67.59. Gold, flatlining, 34.08. Last trade there. 77% long on the crude tilt as it continues. We get a little bit of a pullback there. Baron, are you still in this trade? Oh, we're doing all that talking. You're still in this, right? Yep. Very good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I had to stop a little bit, but yeah, still in it.
And straight green bars on the 5 minute.
Man, that's incredible.
We see that a lot.
Sure.
Not so much of the downside.
Nothing's here to stop it.
There's something positive coming from Vicent here just a bit ago, saying that I believe we will see more trade deals coming very quickly. Remember, he was at those meetings, so that's the first thing I've seen here regarding the U.S.-China agreement. Thank you, Andre.
Yep.
Lutnick, that's how you do it. Take note.
That's how you do it. You're talking about retooling, taking steps back to get moving forward. Athletes do it all the time. I'm reminded of Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods winning. He retooled the swing 2, 3, 4 different times because he knew that this wasn't going to be sustainable. He needed to keep pushing. Doesn't matter what the competition's doing. He knew what he needed to do to get better. And you see that a lot. Michael Jordan incorporated the fadeaway, right? As he got a little older. You see it with athletes. It's the best do. It's what the best absolutely do.
Yep.
Mufasa short this shit. I know Dakota's looking. We've got 3-bar reversal. Dakota's looking for that 3-bar reversal right now. Let's see if we get confirmation there in the NASDAQ.
If we get some consolidation, I could see the short here around between 60.40 and 60.50. Let's see what happens.
All right, sounds good. Coming to the top.
Like grind up. Every time we have sellers step in, they just get eaten up by buyers. There's no strong selling on this, and the big buyers are holding it.
I'm guessing Hogue is seeing. When we get Hogue back in here, I'm guessing we might see some shorts fueling this rally higher here. That being said, P&Ls, payouts, and payouts. Only person that knows them better is JD. JD, come on in, hit us with them stats. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Here we go. Yesterday's best top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. At the top, we've got Stephanie pulled $17,561 out of the NASDAQ. Brandon mixed it up between the NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ, and micro gold. Took took a total of $10,768 out of the live markets, trading those 3 markets yesterday. Nice job, Braden. Chun-Lin trading the ES and the NQ, made 170 bucks in the ES, close to 7,000 in the NQ. Total profit of $166 for Chun-Lin. Nice job. Srithong, $6,444 trading the NQ, and I skipped Chun in 4th place there. $6,479 also trading the NASDAQ. Those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. All right, payouts. We've got some big ones. We've got some medium-sized ones. Here are yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts. At the top, Jason, $56,380.
Oh.
That's a nice day. I don't care who you are, right? 56 grand in the pocket. Alexandros, $5,500. Srithong, who we just saw on our P&L list, took $5,500 out of that live account, lying in their pockets with their hard-earned money from the live markets. Srithong made $6,440 yesterday trading the NASDAQ. $5,500 payout. That's a good week. Paul E, $5,000, and Madeline, $2,557. Nice payouts. Real traders taking real money out of the real life markets. Pro ball trade. Pro ball trading, I should say. There you go, folks.
Thank you, JD. Pro ball trading indeed. All right.
So we're short 1 ES from 50.42 half. I was actually clicking to pull
Hold on,
the
what price did we get?
order. 60.42 half.
Oh, 42. Okay, gotcha.
Short.
I want to see if we stall out here ahead of the 60.50.
Yes. Good.
Darth Buddha says, my success is due to Top Step. Love hearing that.
Absolutely. Absolutely love hearing that. Short from 42 half. Little bit of a pullback, sell-off. Call what you want. Pullback here in the NASDAQ.
We did a little pause here.
Yeah.
This is low prob, which is an abbreviation for probability.
Probabilities, yep. Bear, in case you were wondering, that's short for probability.
Yeah. Still remember, we had this TA in one of my econ classes who would always, in like game theory stuff, refer to strategies or dominant strategies as dom strats. Like, yeah, what's the dom strat?
Come on, pump the brakes, Professor.
I never
Dom
looked at
strat.
the Dom. I never looked at the Dom.
What do you, the
Never
ladder?
ever? Ladder?
Yeah, never look at it.
Yeah, Dom's
Oh.
cap.
What's going on right now? No cap? No cap? Let's see this. Like 21,939. Baron still long. Chilling from 921. I mean, if
There's no reason to close this.
no, we got Euro closing about 35 minutes.
There's no reason to short this either.
Oh,
Yeah,
Well,
Jack
there's not a
thinks
great one.
but you're short.
I am. Well, no, because this is a levels trade. I talked about it earlier. We'll see.
Okay, valid.
What level is that on the ES?
I want to see if we can hold. So we got to the CPI candle bottom, and I want to see if we can hold below the 60-50 strike. And we're kind of slowing down a little bit here. It's at least consolidating. So
Nice. Okay. Man, look at this one. Another one. Dakota, you have said it a lot. I took your advice, trade 1 micro for a year, and I have kept the same XFA for the whole year and taken a payout. So, micros.
I like it. Love it. See what they want to do here.
we got to break
Watch
the
the
initial
ES.
balance.
Got to. Yep.
Do it.
See if we can get.
But I'm going to root
get
for you
those.
guys. I'll do this separately.
I like it. Nothing on the wire guy president top of the hour. Bill signing ceremony in about 4 minutes or so. No reason to get short, says Baron. Jack's playing a level. Dakota. What are you eyeing right now, Dakota? Flat.
Nothing.
Looks like we got nothing.
Flat, nothing. I would love to see a pullback. I know Jack would love to see a pullback. But absolutely nothing. I'm even hesitant to take long scalps up here, just because of probably the same reason Jack is looking at short level, and then we're a little bit, dare I say, overextended. I know the market can be irrational longer than we can stay solvent, and we've had a nice breakout, but nothing's really setting up now. I think a lot of the trade and volatility was so far this morning, and we're still in an environment where we've been seeing it, where we could see an 80-point sell-off, and if we do get one of those random sell-offs, then I would look to start getting in long on some scalps. So patience. We still have an hour.
We did have our
fast
first
market.
red candle on the 5-minute.
Yes, we did.
10 straight green, guys.
It's impressive. Yeah, 10 streak. Since the open, we went from, it's just a 31 point grind higher here. Let's see what's happening here. Does anybody want to roll this thing over in the NASDAQ? Or we might see some buyers. If looking at the 5 minutes, could be the trend. It's going to be the pullback. ES 60-40.
I cut my risk way back on this, because if we can't break the 60-40s now, I don't really want to be part of this.
I like it.
A special request. A special request. A special request.
Cut your risk to what, Jack? We were risking initially what, and we moved it to what?
We were risking to just below 60.50, and now we're just risking below the current highs of the day. So if we're out, we'll lose $100. But I don't want to stick around. Like, the short's got to be kind of see money, take money, or trailing.
All right, sounds
Well,
good.
we're starting to see lower lows and lower highs in the NASDAQ so far, so I could see a pullback. We're getting
Below
one
60.40
right now.
and hold.
I haven't looked at gold. What's gold?
You haven't looked at gold? I got your back there, Dakota. 34.04. I'm looking at gold. Nothing
Man,
really.
that's
Gold's-
looking like a
gold's just chilling.
short, right?
A special request.
Gold's
Yes.
up 1.8%, so that's a juicy short, to be honest, here in gold.
A special request.
Why are you looking at gold? Are you getting bored with NASDAQ? Wait, what happened? What are you doing? Stop it. You're getting distracted. What happened? You're locked in on...
No.
NASDAQ.
I've been gold and NASDAQ. Gold and NASDAQ. Last night I traded both, and yeah, I'm okay with trading both.
Okay. Next daily on risk reward. Okay, yep. Top of the hour. Boom. There we go. New 5-minute candle. Let's see if the buyers want to take this thing higher. This is the movement truth, if you will.
Yeah, we kind of bounced off.
Yeah, we left some single.
I cut
I
it.
IB
We
high in the
made
NASDAQ.
$22. So that's
Okay.
something.
Just watching the 15. There's a
You got-
shorts in here.
A special request.
And they're just going to buy the dip. I'm gonna dip. Baron said no reason to short it. Nice cut there, Jack. Didn't get what we were looking for.
Special request.
Got out. And
Yeah, so with any long in this market, I'm going to be willing to be much more patient and take much more pain. Not that there's been much pain, but yeah, we didn't get what we wanted once we got to 60-40, so I'm fine cutting it. Maybe again later.
I can answer a question somebody was asking in chat earlier, and I chatted back. We used to look for two 30-minute bars to close inside previous day's area of value. That marks acceptance of value and increases the probability of playing out the value area special situation. No reason to short this
Thank
yet.
you, Hogue.
good stuff, Hogue. Oh, looking 22,062. 20. We gotta get to 22,000s first. About 60 points to go there. ES, about a 3-point pullback. Last trade 60.42. 60.42. We got Euro close in about 29 minutes or so. Sounds good, Tim. What up? Nicholas Ronell says, "What up, Dre?" Say, "What's up?" There's a little pop there. Look at that. Buy that dip. 21,965. Just printed there. Nice pop. Man, oh man. Who bought that dip in the NASDAQ? We got.
I'm short gold.
Gold is short gold. Let me talk you off of it. All right, what price you got?
Oh, 5.9.
Okay.
This is just pretty much just grind up and then we get the pop. There's been sellers, but like they
Look at
just
this,
keep
we're
getting
cooking.
beat up. Maybe expand the TP here, but yeah, I mean there was no like looking at the 15, there was no reason to short that.
No.
No reason.
Hey,
Hogue.
Hogue.
Right now.
Hogue, are these shorts? Is this shorts fueling this sucker? What is? This is a nice buy. I mean, we're cooking here now. Let's see. Are they trying to?
It's hard to see delta because it's in rollover now, but we don't have really
that's right.
deep long delta in the Nasdaq. It's pretty long in the S&P's 12,300 delta, and the Nasdaq is 1,000. It was pretty much flat right when we were at the IB high, so we're starting to see some buying coming in here. But you know what do these markets do? They eat shorts. When they're rallying, they're eating shorts.
Salute your shorts. Yep, new highs 21,977.
60.50.
60.50. Yes, nice call, Jack. Yep, 60.50 new highs there in the ES. Cruise not doing anything. ES isn't doing. Gold isn't doing anything.
I mean,
right now.
Gold's selling off a little bit.
Gold is selling off. I think gold is selling off a little bit. 500 lots second.
Cody, you gotta tell me why you like the short in gold, or what you saw.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. So over here on the 5-minute chart, do you see how we rallied up through 420, immediately rejected, and we've been kind of consolidating here. So this is the only thing that has me worried about the shorts is that we are making higher low, and we're testing this. However, if we zoom in, you can see how this level around 405 was acting as support, and we just broke down that. So we broke down. Yep, I was looking for a retest, and now I'm looking for a continuation, maybe a chance to break through this little trend line. We are up 1.8% on gold, and we also have the equities rallying. And so I'm not looking for like a dramatic sell-off, but I'm looking for maybe a retest of 3,400. That's a big round number. Like I said, this is the scalp strategy. The ATR on the 5-minute in gold is 4.8, so that's right around that 3,400 level. And I'll look to take profits as we get down there towards it.
All right. Thanks, Dakota. I mean, we got up to weekly kickoff high 34.21, close to it anyway, and we rejected it, and we're still range bound in longer time frames. So the natural rotation should be to rotate back to lows if there's no new buying coming in up here. So looking good.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
I'm not looking for a dramatic sell-off, just a scalp.
Stuff, right? Short gold, very good. Baron is still long the Nasdaq. Nice cut there, Jack. Nice read there. Didn't get what we were looking for. Got out a couple bucks. With that being said, season 3 VIP draft is coming this summer. I can assure you that. Let's look at a couple more check-ins to go. That being said, Eddie, let's hit him with the check-in, drop-in. Season 3. Come on in, Eddie. Let's do it.
You got it, man. Pay attention. Let's go here. Here we go again and again and again and again, but this time you're going to have it. Now, our Discord hit 150K members yesterday, and to celebrate, we're dropping a Top Step VIP check-in form. Now, here's what you got to do. You got to head over to Discord to get your name on today's Top Step VIP scouting check-in form. We're going to be dropping a link to our Discord in chat now, and it'll be available until 3 p.m. Central Time. So you got a pretty long time here today to get that up and running. So tell your trading buddies, tell your friends, all right? Tell your family, tell the guy next door, tell the lady down the street if you're not a member already, all right? It's free, it's easy to join. Discord's a great way to meet trading buddies in contact with our coaches. Yes, that's where they hang out. All right, our coaches hang out there. So once again, here we got the link. Link is there. It is pinned to the top. Pinned to the top of our chat. And that's what I've got. I'm going to pass it back to Jack. Jack, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much, Eddie, for that. We're still pushing. We're always just within reach of the high of day, it looks like. Value area high of yesterday, 60.52 quarter in the ES. Yeah, I'm with you bullish. If you ask me, do you think it'll go higher? My answer is yes. But if you see me go short, it's because I think there's a possibility for an unlikely but good risk reward.
I'm about to get stopped on
I
the
like your
stop
position.
profit.
Are you still in?
I just got stopped in profit.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
What's the total there, Baron? How many tickies or points did we get?
7. 35 points.
Okay.
Shooting for
Very
60.
Nice trade.
We'll take it.
Nice.
We have what amounts in this market to a pullback of about 5 points right now in the ES. Dakota still short 3 micro golds. How's that looking for you?
It's back and forth. Right now, it's basically at my entry.
Excellent.
That's right at value low for the day. Both sides of the initial balance have broken. It tends to be a range day when that happens.
Hey, congratulations, Habibi. Just passed 100K on that pop. Way to go. ES, trading the ES. Way to go, Habibi.
Oh, you
You're
mean
not
go,
looking
wishing
for
you
a
the best.
huge.
when you say
You're not
range
looking
day,
for a
you
huge
mean for the
move,
New York
Dakota,
session?
so-
Because gold's up 1.8%, and we are now starting
Yeah.
to sell off a little bit.
Yep. You're not looking for a huge move on this, so you're,
No. Almost to the first take profit. Like I said, the ATR on the 5-minute is 4.7. That's basically one of my basically my overall take profit. $4.07, and that's going to be me right around 3,400. That's a big round number. So if we do break down, I'll be closing out probably any moment now. I'm watching this. Let's see. We are starting to break down that pivot, so we are. So there's that first take profit right there. Got filled instantly. I love micros. Sometimes it's easier to get filled.
Hey, real quick,
Awesome stuff.
on this link that
great
we've
trade,
got,
Dakota.
it is the Discord link, okay? You're going to find the link for the check-in in the hashtag announcements channel in Top Step Discord. So if you're not with us in Discord, sign that up and go over to Discord and look for that channel, hashtag announcements channel in the Top Step Discord. Thank you, Gabe. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Eddie. So,
Thanks, Eddie.
here we are. 60.45 in the ES. Dakota's still short a little bit of gold, it looks like.
Yep. Just took profit on the second contract.
Dakota down to 1. Andre's
Aaron,
using the
what would
facility
get you
that-
back in a long in the NASDAQ?
I'd have to see a retrace, either tap into that 45-minute IB high or to see an overall retrace on the day back down into probably like a 0.5 area somewhere in there, or potentially even there is a low volume node sitting right at 930. There's another one down at 907, 900. There's a couple low volume nodes in here, so if buyers come in, defend those areas. Typically on low volume nodes, I don't like to get in on that first tap of seeing buyers step in there. But if we were to tap into 930s, see buyers step up, defend it, and then tap into them a second time, that's where I would.
Then you're
enter.
in.
Yeah.
That's pretty much our IB high right there. 930 half.
Yeah, I'm using the 45-minute.
Yeah, what is the 45-minute IB high?
45-minute IB high. It is 21,916.
That's what got you in at 21.
No, I got in that trade because there's a concept called a rally-based rally. So to me, this just looked like there was no sellers coming in. So I was expecting just a continuation of the rally.
Rally-based rally. That's a new one. What is that?
Rally-based rally.
Rally-based rally, drop-based drop. You'll see a rally to the upside. You'll see a base form, which is just your consolidation, and then you see a continued rally again.
Oh, all right. Got it. So a little consolidation. Rally, consolidate, base.
Yeah. Yeah, and you'll either see that consolidation. Sometimes it's only for like 1 5-minute candle. Sometimes it's multiple. So if you're taking a rally-based rally trade, let's say, for instance, on that trade, to me it looked like everything was pointing to the upside. I want to get in as close to the bottom of that consolidation as I can, and just have my stop set slightly below that consolidation.
Mm-hmm. Understood. Thank you.
Take profit.
In
just hit.
response. Okay,
Yep,
great.
cool. My take profit just hit. I'm out. Flat. Not that. 1 ATR on the 5-minute. Wow. And there we are.
In response to Luca in the chat, have you guys noticed, do I not blink? Do I just forget to blink sometimes? Let me know if
You
that's
and
the case.
JD.
I haven't noticed.
Well, now
that.
I will because I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna
think
start
of
to
an
look like Zuckerberg then.
What's up?
You're gonna start to look like Zuckerberg, full-on robot. Or
Oh,
alien.
God.
Where
With his-
You're like, people are saying I'm not.
Baby Ray
I
meat
I
lube.
better start blinking. Better start blinking here so people don't catch on.
Zuckerberg.
Next thing you
Heard
know,
from him.
Jack's gonna show up to the show with a perm and a full beard.
Oh yeah, and like a big chain.
Yeah, make you look normal.
Start doing MMA. I think I said this on the stream, but someone pointed out that he looks like a bar mitzvah DJ right now, and I can't get it out of my head. I would love to see like the all the thought and market testing that went into the Zuckerberg change into whatever he is now.
He definitely had at least like 5 people on that for sure. He had a whole consulting group, I'm sure.
Have you guys ever tried those eye drops that he uses?
What eye drops does he use?
Have you ever heard of this, Baron? I mean, it's very popular. I don't know if I've never tried it myself, but blinker fluid.
Visine.
No.
What's it called?
No.
Visine.
Blinker fluid.
You had that stuff in high school.
Blinker fluid.
Sounds like some good marketing.
Turned me into an alien fluid.
You know, you don't have them put it in every time you get an oil change, do you?
Mm.
No, but I do have them check the muffler bearings.
Yeah.
Someone's playing old-timey journalist over there. Who's typing? Is that you, Baron?
It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. I've been muting when I'm typing. Oh, not
James,
me.
was that you? James? I'm looking at you in the green room. I can see you, James. Is that you?
We can see
Oh,
you.
you're looking away. Looking away like a dog that just pooped the floor.
Honey, if you can keep that a little more quieter, we're trying to sleep over here, okay, honey?
All right. Just hanging out. A little off the highs. No one's got a position on.
No,
Drew?
this-
I'm glad chat gets my jokes.
I don't even know how you make a keyboard that loud. There's a few of you. JD's the
I
king
know,
of
right?
it, but
I mean, the slow markets crowd, they hate my keyboard. They hate my keyboard because I don't. I won't. Okay, I mute myself on fast markets whenever I type, but I don't do it on slow markets.
maybe it's the mic
It's the
too. Let's do a
Gutenberg
test right now. I'm gonna
keyboard.
type as loud as I possibly can. I send a
We all
weird
just
Slack message. This is it. You ready? You guys hear that?
Nope.
No.
Okay, I was just pounding away.
Should I go now? Should I go now?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's loud. Those condenser mics.
I got the silent keyboard.
Yeah, you got to get rid of that one from Gutenberg. It's an old one.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Gutenberg. You may learn later that today's his birthday or something, Eddie. Who knows?
You guys want some useless information?
Yes, sir.
What's the longest word you can type on only the top line of letters on a typewriter?
Does a
that
typewriter have? Those are the
QWERTY.
same as the keyboard, right? Like they're in the same
Yes.
order.
Yes. Yeah, on a keyboard.
Okay, I have a guess. I'm not like, and this would be crazy if I get it right. Is it puppeteer?
That's a damn good guess, man.
I don't know. I always heard it was typewriter. Is puppeteer longer?
I don't know. I'm just looking. I just saw the P-U-P-T-E-R on top. Somebody figure it out. Typewriter's probably longer. Hey, we're selling
In
off.
English? In English?
Yeah, we're coming down to that low volume node. Seeing buyers defended so far. So we dip back down there. That's the entry.
So Barron's line up to go long again.
Yeah, I'm not really liking how quickly. I would have liked that to dip down, bounce out, and then hold for like at least a couple minutes there. But
So guys,
that
I'm
just
obsessed with the game Boggle. So that's kind of what this is like.
I used to
Ooh,
love
we
that.
are selling a little bit.
Someone says Iran headline, check oil.
All right, let's check it out. See anything across the wire here? I don't know if Eddie's with us right now.
Here, picking a wire here right now. Nothing but the tax bill. Talking about the tax bill. I boost the rich and cut poor incomes. Everything else has been posted and mentioned.
Ooh. There's like a
Yeah, I
new
know what
rule
a
if you only
typewriter is.
leg. Yeah.
bouncing off. The okay, I have one. I really like the Project X platform, but I have one other complaint with it.
Lay it out.
When I anchor my VWAP, it only takes into account the handles you can see them. So I like to use a weekly VWAP. So if I'm looking at this right now, it looks like the weekly VWAP's right here. But then if I go to the 15 minute, it's actually lower.
Order filled.
Hey, we got a hot biscuit real quick here. Pardon me. Israel is considering military action versus Iran in the coming days. This coming from ABC. Hot biscuit off the wire. Thank you, man.
Well,
Pray for
it
peace.
is right below the initial balance.
Yeah.
It's right at a 3-2 fib. I'll see if we get a bounce there.
That gold scalp, that was basically all that was available on that one.
Yep. Yeah, that was
we
good.
We bounced right after those 3400s.
Really good, reasonable expectations on that.
It's helped, man. It's helped a lot, Hogue.
This news could drag us
got-
lower here.
I got a question around Project X.
Shoot.
Are we ever going to? Are you guys ever going to do a sessions risk setting so you can only trade specific sessions? So you could just lock yourself out for Asia or New York or whatever other session every single day. like just have it so it's like you can't even trade it. You said it once.
Well, we could put it in the
So
comments
time.
and vote on it, but I'm sure we could.
So time.
The ultimate commodity, time.
Like, yes, it is. On that headline that he just about that hot biscuit, we did see crude pop solid 70 cents to touching $68.30.
Order filled.
And that's seen a pullback about 30 cents. Now $68 even. Jack said we're starting to see the equities push a little lower as well. 21,917. Down about 60 points from that headline. Continue to see some more selling here in the ES. 60.36, down about 13 points. 60.50, Jack, to the tick. And here we go to the Euro close in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes or so.
I'll probably be wrong on this, but I'd be careful just taking a mechanical, technical long entry here with that news. It just feels like more than a 10-point sell-off in the ES is in order.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean,
until 70,
we could get right back to
short.
settlement, right? We're settlement in the Nasdaq. We're almost there.
Yep, there we go.
In there.
Yep. Look at that.
21,887.5.
Look at that. All right, more selling here.
And
In
there it
the, yep, and we are pushing lower here. 21,897 as we sell off here and continue now into these. All right, sellers are really coming in here now, down about 100 points. Look at this. We are jumping a
Right on settlement.
Look at that settle play.
Look at the ES.
Wow.
You shall not go red.
Did gold pop on that? Yep, gold sure did. 34.08 last trade there. Crude pushing higher here. Yeah. Man,
Who bought the dip, chat?
who did buy the dip? Man,
Is it done dipping is the question.
question. Seeing a little bit of pop in the 10-year as well. Eddie, that headline one more time. Israel
One more time here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got in on
Israeli considering reaction versus Iran in the coming days. This is coming from ABC, but Italy's foreign minister says we've got no sign that there's going to be an Israeli attack. But then again, who's going to tell you if this is something that sort of leaked out, possibly? But we'll be watching this. We'll be watching The Wire here very carefully. Thank you, Andre.
Yeah.
Yeah, contradicting stories. Italy, love you. Love everything about you. But I don't know if they'd be the first to know.
Is that who's
Right.
Is it Italy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Baron, did you say you got in?
Yeah, I did. 21,903.
3. 3 micros.
What's the dip? Okay.
1 minute. 1 minute.
I mean,
Only
Back to the
combine.
minis. Back to the minis.
No, it's only combine. The live account, I can only trade micros. I'll trade micros tonight with Dakota.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
There
Okay.
you go.
Could be lit.
Yeah.
Hey, London close in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Who went to the Italian foreign minister first? That's what I want to know. It's like, there's news. We must know what the Italian foreign minister thinks.
Italy, what say you? James Tim, we'll hit this after Euro close. It's after Euro close. 60.32 last trade. Crude still higher here. At 68. Go ahead.
I picked up a second con.
Okay.
21,899 is average fill.
899.
Don't get me wrong. ABC could definitely be wrong on it, but I am
Oh yeah.
a little bit hands off for the second.
You know, very rare do you see anything over the wire from ABC. Very rare.
And now we have the president is speaking as well. All right. I'm signing a bill on California auto regulation. Eddie's locked in right now. So many headlines hitting the wire right now. Keep an eye out for that as we come into Euro close in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes. We got the. Okay. Not long. Who bought the dip? Right. Aaron bought the dip. We go from here.
Settlement,
Jack,
man.
what do... I know. Jack, yeah, that was nice. Well, we sold 42s or so. We didn't get the push. Obviously, we didn't know this headlight was going to come out. It's going all the way up to 60-50, 60-50.
We would have got stopped out. The trade, like, we just tagged 60-50 exactly. I was looking for it to go through it and then get it coming back. Apparently, 235 people just really like that level. That's what traded up there.
Interesting. We go from here. Some headlines cooking now.
See, if we
Mr.
were...
Trump, he's going to be signing a bill on California auto regulation. See what this bill's got to say.
Interesting.
See, if I was still
do
trading fixed income, this would be where, like, depending on what your position is, you would definitely lighten it up, because of the possibility for a huge volatility that you'd want to, you know, fade the spreads on, but you need the ammo to do it.
Say that one more time. If you're trading fixed income,
If I was trading like fixed income spreads right now on that
Right.
news, I would probably lighten, because you almost always have a position on, lighten up to be ready for further volatility. Shall we
sell
say.
the spread, right? You sell the front to buy the back.
Well, we were selling and buying both spreads for like the hedge curve, but
Oh,
I would want to be
it's a
not
butterfly.
at like my max position right now, because I would want to bank on there being some more volatility.
Buy 1 3-month to sell another 3. Oh, that's $0. Butterflies, condors, man, oh man, the good old days. All right, 60.34 last trade in the ES. It did about at 60.28 and pushed it a little bit higher. The guy's talking about bouncing right off settlement. 0 close in 90 seconds. Aaron is long. Let's trade 21,000.
I don't hate the longs at all. Just definitely have it
Either.
stopping, guys.
Yep.
You know, Andre,
Is this the dip
regarding this over the wire, regarding military action versus Iran, Duckins mentioned something too, and I read this morning and I forgot about it, that U.S. has been recalling diplomats from the Middle East yesterday. So they're pulling people out of there. So you start putting things together, what's going to happen here? I mean, give us the edge. You know, let us know what possibly can happen if and when. Let's hope it doesn't.
Oh, and Eddie, I got one more
there's
for you
been a lot
here.
of
We got Janet
We got-
Yellen speaking on CNBC right now. Your favorites.
What I tell you, these people.
Janet Yellen is the
Oh my
slowest
God.
talker I've ever heard.
don't-
All right, well, I'll push it out here. 21,919.
I don't like Janet
And-
Yellen. Of all the Fed speakers, I think
and him.
Janet Yellen's
Yeah.
my least favorite.
He
Well,
looks like a can.
man, hot take. Janet Yellen catching strays. Man, I don't know if she's a Fed speaker. She was.
Hey, anyone can catch a stray from me except for Hogan Eddie. They're too nice to catch.
Whoa, why? They're off limits? Man,
They're too
Yeah,
nice. They're too nice
Oh,
to
and
catch
have I-
strays. But Dakota, Jack, Andre, you get strays all day.
Fair
That's
enough.
fine.
You're not
Fair
gonna
enough.
take
All your
crap. I
strays.
tell you, are.
I'll take them all.
Man. What's your Discord say about that? Does Discord think you're a nice guy? They think you're...
I think so. I think they think I'm a cheeky bastard.
You are a cheeky bastard. That's a good word for it.
Cheeky monkey.
What, Dakota? Why don't you hop in there and ask them?
Get in there. All right, let's see
Oh,
where
I
this
love your
trade goes.
Discord, Baron. That's funny. I seen what you just
Discord.
sent me on Discord. That was like a week ago. What? They're still bugging you about that?
They want their 3 free resets. You said it in the Discord chat. Now they expect it.
Oh, did you say
I
something?
didn't say.
Hey, do you remember
I
when you were...
did not say that exactly. No.
You
No, I was
did. They have a
trolling. I-
screenshot. They came.
Yeah. I see the troll. I see the troll.
Coming,
They don't-
coming your way,
it-
James. Coming your way.
Speaking of
I
a
don't
troll,
realize I can
Trump,
troll the trollers.
I can't get Powell to lower rates. I'm gonna fire Powell. Correct. Word for word.
Oh, let's
It's
not
just
do
hitting the
this.
wire.
I can't get him... Or,
Oh, I'm not
gonna
gonna
fire.
fire Polo.
I'm not going to.
Okay,
I like
that's good.
long-term cheap. Yeah, okay, this is it.
Not gonna fire, yeah.
Oh, not going to. Okay.
Not
Can't
going
get Powell
to.
to lower rates. I'm not gonna fire Powell. You know what? Honestly, they just edited that. Bastards. I swear to God, they just edited that.
Where is he speaking? Is this at the bill signing ceremony? What?
I don't know, but he's just saying a lot of smoke. I mean, stuff that,
Can't fire.
you know, I'd like to get interest rates lower also. You know,
Right.
price of oil gone up a little bit. I'd like to have it go down. Yeah, me too. So, I mean, nothing.
I think he
Yeah,
fired.
those-
All right. It's coming out. The markets, we'll see how this thing plays out. We'll see how this thing plays out. James, when Baron's on, my favorite things to do is we got to hit Baron with some hard-hitting news, man. Hard-hitting news, Baron. I need you locked in. I need you locked in on this when we get James in here. Yeah. James brings in the good stuff. So, oh, look at this.
Okay, that's fire.
It's nice.
Hello,
That's good.
Internet.
That's good.
It's time for the news, your favorite part of the day. I had to fight the creative team to get that made. They said, why bother? But we did it, and that is awesome. I love that. Thank you, creative team. Actually, they did that for me without even asking. So I think Danielle
Jeez.
submitted it. But incredible work. The only news you need to know, starting off with this one, we got the KFC toothpaste, y'all. You said don't do it.
No.
You said it sounds gross, and we put in a
No.
$30 bid. We got the KFC toothpaste. I'm pretty sure Danielle's bringing it to the Trader meetup next week, so that makes you
No.
that
Bad.
makes you RSVP
I
or
can-
take away your RSVP.
Can I use it first? Can I be the first one to use it?
And last.
Of course.
No, I'm just gonna use it. Aaron, you can
You
use
got
it. We're
death
gonna bring
threat.
it to the
That's not going to
meetup.
help.
I don't want to give away any more surprises, but I think Danielle also scooped a couple different flavors of toothpaste. So get ready. This is what you're coming to Chicago for.
Oh,
This is the good stuff. Anyway, in the world of the news, this is a story that really is just a headline too good not to share. Kentucky man arrested for releasing a raccoon into a business months after he fled police on a mule. Kentucky, you sure do know how to party. Yes, that's right. Talk about my kind of petty. The man went to a business that he was previously banned from, and in retaliation took a wild raccoon and set it loose in the store before fleeing on foot.
Nice.
They found him in his car a couple blocks later, and can you believe a guy who looks like this resisted arrest? They had to drag him out through the window.
On the
I
mule.
was gonna say that's the face
On
of
the
a man
mule.
with no regret. No regrets.
Like it looks like
Sometimes you
Andre.
need to throw the raccoon in there.
That's the face of a man who knows where to get a raccoon on short notice.
Yep. Hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets, at Top Step TV. Hungus, you know what to do. Hungus, do
You
it.
just know. You just know we're gonna see this picture later with someone else's face melded into it. I wonder who. Next up, in more relevant news, relevant for who? I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of these things? Labubu? You know what this is?
I have, yeah.
Aaron?
I have
I've
not.
heard of these. I saw a video with
Yeah.
Big X the Plug getting a Labubu or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand it.
They're weird. This is, you know, as a kid who loved Pokemon, this must be how my parents felt, where they were like, look at these weird little creatures you're obsessed with. What you're seeing here is essentially a Labubu. That's it. They are small
That's
little
creepy.
creatures. They can come in plushies, they can come in statues, they can come in blind box action figures, and they are currently all the rage. If you have any kids, you might have known about these, might be hearing about it. They're the articles from CNN. Labubus are currently the trendiest plush toys on the planet, created by Hong Kong-born illustrator Passing Lung and retailed by Chinese toy giant Pop Mart. The one you see here, as the article states, sold for more than $150,000 at an auction. And that is not including the 15% brokerage fee on top of the final hammer price. At this auction as well, there was a second figure that was, believe it or not, taller, but sold for less. A brown 63-inch Labubu figure sold for $114,000. If you're able to get your hands on a blind box of these creatures, they retail for around $28, but you can currently buy one off eBay for $300. So, talk about a good flip. Anyway, I'm sure we'll see these things more and more. I give it
Waiting, man.
2 to
Why
3
am I
years
just
before we get the
flipping
Labubu movie. Flipping Labubus, man. When times get rough, grab a
Need that
Labubu.
short king Labubu.
I was saying, remember NFTs?
These are physical ones.
Yeah.
Yes, this is fungible.
So yeah, parents, get ready for your kids to come home and say, "I need them all," and then you're down a dark road when you get to be a 34-year-old man with Pokemon cards on his desk. So it's all, everything's bad. The whole world is bad. But my next story is good. Now, I usually come in here with jokes. This is not a joke. This is just a public service announcement. In Pennsylvania, a neighborhood is launching a new initiative aimed at keeping up with potholes and road hazards dubbed Fill My Hole. All holes. No waiting. Please, no jokes here. No jokes. I'm just letting you know. In Pennsylvania, if you want your hole filled, you can just contact the Fill My Hole initiative, and they say, once received, our crew will ensure your hole is filled expeditiously and with care. Some holes may require a little TLC, but rest assured, you will be provided with a reason if we're unable to fill it ourselves.
Sit right
So I'm
there.
just bringing you.
Okay.
Stay right there. Stay right
I
there.
have a lot of thoughts I can't say.
This is just things you need to know. If you're living in Pennsylvania, you want a hole filled, you see it every day, I'm giving you the means. So,
And they come,
I'm a
they come
newsman.
to Chicago.
I'm a life man. Yeah, I need Chicago to do this. I got a couple holes I need filling. Andre, you got any holes
Got
you
it.
need filling over in your part of town?
Couple 2-3 holes. I got. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
2-3 holes?
Couple.
Anyway,
Aaron.
That one.
that's the news I got for you guys. Any thoughts before we take this story down? I got one thing to leave you with before we move on. Good.
Do you
I
know who's on
live-
the other side of these
You're-
holes, or is it strangers?
Come on.
I got to assume it's reputable people filling these holes. They seem to be like clean, hardworking men and women.
Hole fillers.
Hole fillers. Yeah, good profession.
There we
There's
go.
school for it.
That's gonna be a VIP team name, the Hole Fillers.
The hole fillers. Yeah, when I get my VIP team name, you guys won't learn anything about trading. We're gonna probably lose every single account you get, but we're gonna have a good time. Before I get out of here, I want to talk about Michael's interview. I know you guys touched upon it earlier, but recently Michael was interviewed by a legend in the space, Lance Breitstein. Probably saying that wrong. I'm sorry. I've read it more than I've heard it. Lance was the #1 trader at Trillium Trading. He's an 8-figure trader and has mentored thousands of other traders. Now, Lance approached Michael last year because he was skeptical about the funded trader programs that are out there, but they sat down for a fun and honest conversation where they dug into topics such as what are the red flags to be aware of, who should utilize these prop firms, and common traits and strategies of those who make payouts. So we dropped the link before. We're going to drop it again. If you haven't had a chance to sit down and watch this interview, it's really, really good. It's worth your time. So just want to make sure we let our chat know about that, Andre. And with that, I'll pass it back to you guys. And these
Yes,
markets.
thank you. Yes.
I might need to watch that because I just got denied a $30,000 payout at a firm.
You did?
Got denied,
You want to talk about it? Or just gonna leave it there?
Yeah. I got denied for order book spamming, and they said it wasn't possible in a live environment. I was doing it to get a better fill. I showed them I've done it in a Top Step live account, and then they were like, well, it's still order book spamming, so they just denied my payout. A little salty about it.
Well,
kind of a newer firm. They have less total paid out compared to other firms, but I was trading with them because they have a pretty high payout cap, and yeah.
Order book spamming. The uninitiated. What is that? What are you talking about?
So typically when I enter a position, I'll put on like one con, and then instead of adjusting the contract sizing, like the number in the, like where you do it in the DOM, I'll just hit the buy button, 5 times in a row, whatever the contract sizing I want to do, and they consider that order book spamming to get a better fill. But I showed them I did it in a live account, and that was their initial excuse for not paying out.
I don't know what's more sad. I don't know if it's sad the fact that it happened to you, or that it could be any of the other firms that I'm thinking of.
Wait, order book spamming by join bid?
No, I was hitting the buy market button.
That's wait. That's how you get into.
You were building a
trade.
position, right? You were building a position. Like you
Wait,
wanted to
it
get
was-
into 5
it was-
contracts, so you hit buy.
Within, yeah, I was hitting that button within, like I'd hit it 5 to 10 times within a minute. So they said that was order book spamming, and I was taking advantage of a sim environment. I showed them I've done it on my live account too, because their initial excuse was you can't do this in a live account. I was like, I've done this on my Top Step live account multiple
You
times.
can't go to market 5 times on a.
I mean, I do that in my personal brokerage all the time.
Yeah. How do you? And so where's it stand
Weird.
right now? Where does it stand right now? Just denied?
Denied, and they reduced the funds based off the order book spams. And it's not like I was in and out of the position instantly. I would hold those positions for 5 to
Wait
20
a
minutes.
Wait. Spam. That's I don't. Should we name them?
So,
No.
yeah, Alpha Futures.
It's out there now.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. I mean, I
I
talked
was
about it
gonna
on my
say-
IG.
It could
Alright,
be any
that's
one
true,
of them,
sure.
Andre. It could be any one of them.
That's
It's the first time
that's
I've been
very-
doing it. Yeah, so I was a little frustrated yesterday. Then I didn't even trade yesterday because of it. I was like, I know I'm like fired up about this. So
I don't blame you.
I was just like, I'm just not gonna trade.
How much?
Huh.
That's $30,000. That's not a little bit amount of money, and that's probably how much time and effort you put into it as well.
Yeah.
So is case closed or just that's
Case
it?
closed. Yeah. Case closed.
Okay. Interesting.
Never had that issue with Top Step though.
I don't know. Yeah,
There's
that's
a
what
there's a
trading.
reason you guys are number one in the industry.
Yeah, real trades, real profits. You said the name. Interesting. Okay. Get that money. That's good trading. That's how you trade it up. Jack, you didn't want to say the name. You said the name. And here we are. I mean,
Well, it's
true.
fine. I have thoughts about it, but I don't want to speculate on something that I don't know about as far as that goes. But that's weird.
I imagine our chat will light up right now. Let's just see some numbers go up, and let's buckle up. We got 10 minutes.
Hit that like, hit that subscribe, post notification bell.
He's a man, dude.
Come on,
Man. I
Greg,
love that.
get the prop firm drama coming at you live.
You know what we could do, Baron? We could make a post online about it, and then they'll be pressured to doing it. I've seen that before.
Well, I'm guessing they've been made aware of what was going to. Hey, I mean, going to market 5 times in a row. I mean, that's how you build into a position. I'll just say that is trading. Crude not done. Just tapped on some new highs. $68.39. Let's see what pops up in here. Look at ES last trade 60.37. You're in a holding pattern. President is speaking, I do believe. Anything else, Eddie? We got anything else cooking over there? Because I'm not seeing a market order is a market order. Trust me, to see him.
I mean, the latest thing that he did say, I told Pollock we don't need to keep interest rates this high. I may have to force something.
Huh.
So
What?
That's the hottest
That's
thing
for
I've
you,
seen
Jack.
on the wire.
That's for you, Jack. He's gonna
Interesting.
force something.
Space Force.
What could he force? What exactly could he force? Stimulus checks? I'm trying to. What could?
Ban purple ties.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
What could? Those stimulus checks were lit, man. You remember that shit? We're just handing out $1,200. You get 12. This country's got so much money, man. We just make this shit. It's crazy.
Guess you could pass a law or something. I don't know.
I like the law.
Shut down the
You like the
Grateful
laws?
Dead.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna get into a long position. I like this one. Might decide to build a position. So, should I go at market? Say bought market 1, bought market 2,
5 times?
bought market 3, bought market 4,
Yeah.
bought market 5. Let's make sure I have the stop loss.
Yeah, let's Dakota, make sure you don't order books.
All right, there you go. Take profit. Let's see. Take profit 1.
Is that
Take profit at market 2. Take profit at market 3. 4. Leave Your runner on, and then market 5. Boom! Live account. Made some money.
Did you just do it?
Yeah. Demonstrate it.
You just-
What's wrong with that, chat?
Did you just
That's
order
7
this?
points. Market
Yeah.
orders. Don't ban me, please.
Oh, let's.
You might get an email from the risk team here.
Yeah,
I think the CME's cool with that. CME's cool with that. Volume, I mean, yeah. Little selling off here. Little 21,903. ES might want to be taking a turn lower. 60.33. Bit of a holding pattern. Coming into. Oh, we got morning recap coming after this. Oh, we got dorm room trading. Paul K, Dobie, myself, Lunchbox trading as well. JD, Anne Marie, and Deanna. And we got Tavoy, JD, and Gabe, Rising Star. Then Arico. Got Arico in the house for a power hour. Dobie, myself at the buzzer. Jay and Paul. These two handsome devils. Dakota and Baron. Slow markets later this evening. That being said,
Yeah.
JD, man. JD's a lot going on right now, so you got to get in here and jump on this train. Come on in, JD. What's happening?
What is up, guys? Let's take a look at those funded trader hot streaks. We lost a couple of traders, so Sebastian was on a nice run. Ended up blowing up his account on Tuesday. $12,000 hit. He was trading some huge size, bigger than normal. I took a look at his trade report. 1,122 micro NASDAQ contracts when he's typically trading, between 15 and 20. So Tuesday, not the best day for Sebastian. Got a little tilty for him. He did take some payouts from that account. Took about 9,000 in payouts. He had a hot streaks P&L high of $21,883. So took 9 grand out of that and then gave the rest back to the sim gods. But thanks for showing up, Sebastian. We enjoyed watching your hot streak. Also, Michael S. not on this board, didn't trade yesterday. So that brings us to the top of the list. We got Leon, made $2,372 yesterday trading the NASDAQ. Now on a 42-day heater, we're $32,406. Daniel B. also moved up, $207 trading the NASDAQ. 39 days, we're at $16,241. Chowdhury, 580 trading the MNQ, 37 days. Dimitri and Katiana, both new to the list. They moved up after we, after we lost Sebastian and Michael. So Dimitri, $212 yesterday trading the NASDAQ. Now at 35 days, we're $25,671. And Katiana also made $212 trading the NASDAQ. 35 days, we're $13,871. Those are your hot streaks. All right, let's do some call-ups next. Who is first? Christopher S. closed out a single 150K XFA. Took a total of $25,000 in payouts from that 150K XFA. Took a $5,000 transfer payout also and moved $61,700 into that new live funded account. Nice starting balance, nice cushion to build off of. Good luck to you, Christopher, in your new live funded account. Next up, we've got Warren. Warren closed out 4 50K XFAs, took a total of $14,300 in payouts from those 4 accounts. No transfer payout, but he moved $19,923 into that new live funded account, trading gold, the NASDAQ, and the Russell. Well done. Nice job to all these newly live funded traders. All right, Eddie. Hit me with that.
Attention, here's an update on tonight's dinner. It was veal. I repeat, veal. The winner of tonight's mystery meat contest is Jeffrey Corbin, who guessed some kind of beef.
Super loud to super quiet. That was funny. All right, that quote was also from Meatballs. Good one, Eddie. I think he tries to stump me every day, but I did grow up in the 80s. I know these movies. One of Bill Murray's finest. All right, here are your top 25 live funded traders here at Top Step. No real movement on the big board. Top 5 are all the same from yesterday. KJ Futures, Todd S, SpyGig 91, CFT 078, Coach EBA, that would be Coach Dakota, trading on fast markets with us right now. Ben T, Junyu, King, Justin, and Dion round out the top 10. A couple of movers. Andrew down there in 14th place. Took a $55,000 payout on Tuesday and is now, sitting in 12th place. Moved up from 26th place yesterday and making some big moves and taking some nice payouts earlier in the week. Also, Jason F down there in 24th place. He was on our payout board earlier today. Took a $56,000 payout yesterday. So big shout out to Jason F on the big board. And then Riaz rounds out the top 25. All right, there is your big board. Get your cameras ready, take your screenshots. Make sure you tag Top Step when you post on social. Hashtag TopStepTV. Let's go.
Well done. No problem. Those call-up certificates. Michael Patak's signature is an absolute trial. It's just, what is that? It's just looks nothing like Mike. It looks nothing like his
Can you
name.
throw one of those up again?
Pull up, yeah, pull that up if you can. If you got that handy, you gotta look at this signature. You all know his name is Michael Patak. Look at that lower right-hand corner. How the hell does that say? Like, that is one of the most
Kind of like an MP.
well. Little
Mix is
inside
on
story.
point. I expect that.
Yeah. Modeled his signature after Michael Jordan, believe it or not. How about that?
Oh, I saw that right away.
Yup,
He also-
that is well.
But remember, Michael Jordan's initials were also MJ, not MP.
Like Mike.
That MJ was
He
the
could be
number
like
23.
Mike.
Remember,
Yep.
if you look at it, it's 2-3.
Yep. So there you go. With that, Michael, we got to work on this signature. Just kidding. It's a lot of autographs. Go. That autograph. Yep. Gold at an inflection point here, Dakota. Is that what you're seeing?
I don't know. Let's take a look, shall we? Yeah, I could see that as a inflection point. What I would look for is actually maybe a push back down towards 404. Not looking like too bad of a scalp trade towards 405, 404, but in the fast market, up $300 today. I'm gonna go ahead and just lock out. I'm gonna lock out. I'm happy with that. Just nice little test in micros. $311 in micros. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to get back to minis next week. I like this strategy. It's been performing well. And yeah, if these were the what if type of scenario, but micros to minis conversion is 1/10. That's $3,000 trading this same style.
On
For
Dakota.
production,
Awesome
I got a suggestion. I got a suggestion for production.
Let's hear it.
Whenever you hit the lockout button, you make the you know the noise that like a jail door makes.
Yeah.
We have that.
We have something though. Hold on.
We
Is this not
did.
good enough for Bear? Hold on. Do we have?
One second, Andrea.
The coach was locked out and we didn't get it played. Like I thought we were.
She's scrambling back
Yeah,
there. Look, she's scrambling.
Chip.
Look, she's scrambling.
I know.
Well, don't do that to her, Bear. We got something like that. Clank, clank,
Right.
clank, clank.
I
We got. Oh, all right, Bear. We're all coming up on time, Bear. Nice trade.
There we go.
There you go.
All right.
That's what I
Everyone
was
happy now? Thank you, Baron. Good job, Andrew. Baron putting you on the spot like that. Awesome
Sorry,
stuff. Yeah, we got boarding.
I don't like to put people on the spot because I'm terrible when
The hell you don't. The hell you don't, Baron. Good stuff,
I
man.
didn't know if you had that, so I just thought it would be a nice suggestion. But
You know
now
why?
that you got it.
You never used the lockout button on Top Step TV. That's why you wouldn't know that we had it before. Got him. All right, we got more recap coming up. We got more recap coming up next. Jack, great stuff. Recap. We got the three-man weave. We got JD, Dolby, and myself coming up after that. You guys want more Dakota, more Baron. Check them out in slow markets. We got a big day in store. We're starting to see the markets move. We got headlines. We got that 30-year auction at high noon Central Time. Jack, I'll see you in a little bit. Top Step TV, let's go. I like those new nameplates. Very, very good. Good stuff today. Let's go.
Why Top Step? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Top Step's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Top Step funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, Start learning by doing and become a Top Step funded trader today.
Welcome, traders, to the morning recap. Big session today. Lots of trades. It was kind of cool watching Dakota adjust his trading strategy. And looks like he's back to live, back to minis next week. So we're going to take a look at most of his trades. We're going to take a look at the other trades that were taken today, and we've got the world agricultural supply and demand expectations coming out here. I've got the soybeans up. Just going to see if there's any real big reaction to this in the soybeans. Should be out. Not really seeing any huge reaction here in the chart in the soybeans. A little bit of action, but nothing huge. This is a 3-minute chart, so if anything really big were going to happen, it would look really big on a 3-minute chart. Don't really have time to go through any of the numbers or anything like that, but just wanted to kind of watch and see if the ags have any big movement here. Let's try another product. How about wheat? Little reaction in wheat, but nothing huge. Well, maybe it'll take some time for that to digest. So, well, let's go ahead and do the recap. We started, as always, with the opening range trades. We did not take an opening range trade in gold this morning with the numbers coming out at 7:30. The PCE numbers came out. They were not hot. They were not cold. They were rather inert. It seems as though the market has accepted that information favorably. However, we did take the opening range trade in crude oil, which was not a winner. Ticked this in long at 67.32, and we got our stop hit not too long after that for a $200 20 tick loss at 67.03. Really waffled around there before actually finding some movement to the upside. Take a look at gold now. Dakota did have a good gold trade. I was very interested in finding out why he took that trade. If you were with us, hopefully there was something that you were able to learn from that. It was pretty much central inside the initial balance and not a little below the point of control. And point of control in a range-bound day is it not an area for me to take trades. But he did find a really decent trade on this. He shorted 3 micro golds, 34.0590, right at the top of that 3-minute bar. That was a good shot. Maybe take a little bit of heat on it for just a couple of minutes, but he got out of 2 of them at 34.02, got out of 1 of them at $3,400 for a nice, tidy little profit there. They're trading micros again, nothing huge there, but really a good trade. The IB haters out there aren't going to like this. Market took a look below the IB low right here, failed downside auction just by 2 ticks and took out the high of the initial balance. Got pretty close to the weekly kickoff high, 34.21, before turning around. Took another look below the initial balance low before finding buyers again. Now we're really kind of sitting here centrally located in the range. Probably not going to see much happening there unless something changes. Let's take a look at house account trade. We have okay, so we were talking today about the value area special situation play, value acceptance play, whatever you want. Okay, so the market opened below value. As price pushes into value, if it reaccepts value, there is a percentage of the time. We used to call it the 80% play. I can call it more of a 65% play, but it can be tricky. The rule is if we open outside of value and reaccept inside of value from the previous day, acceptance is a subjective term, of course, then there's a good probability that price at some point during that session could reach the other extreme of value, which is pretty close to the high of the day yesterday. So we were looking at 60.63, I think was the high of value, TPO value. And we haven't seen it yet, but we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 30-minute bars close inside of value. It looked like we were going to head that direction about an hour and a half ago. I was nervous about the short in the ES. We got out of it for a 1-tick win, but I was a little worried about it. But we did get some news about something about Israel possibly attacking Iran, and that I think threw a chill into the market here. So we're really kind of holding below the IB high. We got a little bit of excess up there. We did leave the session with bear and long to NASDAQ. Let's check out the activity in the NASDAQ today. And I'm seeing in the chat that we're getting some reaction in the grains. Not really seeing too much here in the soybeans. All right, let's.
Yeah, that World Agriculture Supply Demand Estimate.
Yes. Yep,
It's not hit the wire. I don't got anything on it yet, Johnny.
It hasn't hit the wire yet. Okay, well that explains a lot. Thanks, Eddie.
No. I mean, it's supposed to come out 11, but I have not seen anything here yet.
Okay.
Should be out any minute.
All right, thank you, Eddie. All right, so with Dakota being active, I got most of his trades up here on the chart, but again, just looking at a longer time frame, this is going to be a little obscured because of all these balloons. Opening outside of value, closing a few bars inside of value increases the probability, and everything is about probability and risk management and context and trading. So we've seen 3 or 4 30-minute bars close back inside of value, and the rule is, and I say rule loosely, okay, that there's a good probability that price could reach the high of value from yesterday. It puts us up around 22,060. Hasn't happened yet. We did have some new information come into the market, so that I think has put a little bit of the chill in the upside move here. But it's got till the end of the day to get up to that level. If things kind of turn around and we see the kind of cooler heads prevail, maybe short-term memory of traders may have something to do with the possibility that we could actually have that play out by the end of the day. Now let's look at the 30. We'll take a quick
Johnny,
look.
real quick, if we go to the 3-0, WASDE corn stock, they're looking at 1.75 million, coming in at 1.750. Cotton 5.1, that comes in 4.3 million. Wheat stocks coming in, they were looking at 923 million, coming in at 898 million. And the beans, they were looking at 295 million, coming in at 295 million. So there's your WASDE numbers.
Well, that explains why the beans aren't moving. It came out as expected, but a little bit of kerfuffleation. Nothing huge though. This isn't really big movement, I don't think, for the WASD. WASD. All right. Well, thank you, Eddie. All right. So Dakota very active in his scalping strategy here. So I got most of his trades up here. Dakota was long first here at just after the open 3 MNQ. These are all MNQ. At long 3 at 21,848. Got out of 2 of them at a 15-point profit, and the last one at a 21-point profit. These are not ticks. These are points. Points are 4 ticks. We have Dakota long again. He was always looking to the long side here this morning, and it turned out to be the right context of the market. The market was pushing higher. Got long 3 at about 845, 21,876. Scratched those. Took 3 longs again at 28,879. Took 2 off at 890. Scratched the last one. I was looking for longs here. Again, just very kind of tightly packed in this area. Long 3, 28,868. Took an 8-point loss on those. Got long 3. Again, I know that says 2, but he was trading 3 lots at 21,849. Got out of all of those at 855. So about a 6-point profit on those. This, I think, was the Dakota's trade for the day in the NASDAQ, at least. He got long 3, 21,859. Got out of 2 of them at a 15-point profit. Held the last one, trailed his stop. Got out of the last one with a 50-point profit on that one. So I would say that is probably the trade of the day for Dakota. And Barron started getting involved here just after 9:30. Barron got long 1 NQ, 21,921. Barron looks at the initial balance as a 45-minute range. So that's, I think, part of what got him long this one. We took out the initial balance, the hour initial balance high, held that. Barron, I think, held this trade very, very well, got out very well, got out of that one at 21,956. So, a really nice for 40 point banger on that one for Barron. Great job. And then at the end of the session, relatively close, Barron got long 2 more. NQ 21,899, and as far as we know, he still has it on. He still had it on at the end of the session. So hopefully we may have these on all the way till we get to the value high from yesterday. Could it be? Would love to see that. So there's a lot of good things to talk about. There's some people like the IB, some people don't like the IB. Some people look at a shorter time frame IB. Like Barron looks at 45 minutes. Just look at it consistently. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I think a lot of folks are seeing that you can find some pretty decent opportunities, and at the very least, you're going to be able to limit risk with those levels, with those reference levels. There's nothing finite in futures trading. There's no level that is always going to work. There's no level that's never going to work. it's all in your ability to look for the way to trade these
filled.
levels, the way to limit risk that you're comfortable with. And we're looking forward to, again, all of your success here. So we have a 3-man weave coming up here for the next segment. We got Andre, JD, and Dolby, 3 of your favorites coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Still lots to do on Top Step TV today. Still lots of trading to do, so stick around. This is Top Step TV.
Order filled.
Let's go. And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and evens.
Yes. Over trade. Now we got a little 3-man weave in the house. JD in the middle. Dolby Timing on the right. Before we get into it, Eddie's starting to see some markets moving. Hit me with some headlines and some hot biscuits. What do you got, Eddie?
Hot biscuits. Well, Trump's coming in saying, hey, I love China, and I respect Z a lot. China will deal with the open China up. Z and I had a long talk about it. Also talking about that Musk does like me. I've talked to Musk about the EVs. So talking about the auto, but the bigger thing, the bigger picture here, the more important thing is, I think coming from Bissett's talking about China continues to add manufacturing capacity, and what the kicker is here is he says if China is willing to open its economy to American goods, we could see a rebalancing of the U.S.-China relationship. So that would be very big, and that's what I've got so far here. Everything else, I mean, Trump is sort of just repeating what he said yesterday and the day before, but otherwise, eyes on the prize. Back to you guys.
Man, Eddie, thank you. Yes, markets aren't reacting too much, saying the T word. Markets aren't really moving too much. Anyways, let's get right into it. Dolby time. Take a look at the NASDAQ, 21,939. Topped out at 21,977. Hit me with that range breakdown, top to bottom.
Yes, let's do it. Start at the daily. Daily for the, I'll do the micro NASDAQ here, just in case you're following on the NASDAQ. So 21,720s will be the low of the daily range. I think the high of the daily range is about 21,933s. We did have a little breakout tail to the upside, but that did end up failing and coming back down. So we're just looking for like the main sort of block of candlesticks. We don't really count the wicks for the range. And down to the 4-hour, I would say it looks fantastic as well. It's about the same level. So we can just add a little 4-hour here. So RH range high. We'll do the same at the bottom. So it's going to be range low. See how much smaller we can get. 1 hour, not quite yet. 30-minute, nice 30-minute range.
We got
30-minute range, 21,882s up to 21,952. And 15-minute about the same, and 5-minute about the same. So it's really this 30-minute range I think that we're going to take a look at for possible trades.
Right.
Today.
952, 882. JD.
What's up?
What's up? I know how you looking for 982s. As we get closer, any prices of interest you're looking at in the NASDAQ from the house account? Last trade 21,947.
I'm looking at the ES right now.
Let's look at the ES. Love it.
That white line right there, that's our initial balance high, the high of the first hour of trading. We've been sort of jockeying around it, making a sort of a nice line in the sand there. I kind of like the idea of being long above, short below. So right now, we're just underneath new all-time highs. We do, or not all-time highs, high, regular trading hours high of the day. We got a 500 lot popping in and out of the ladder on the ES too. I'm kind of watching that to see where it goes. It was just offered at 45.5. Hold it.
Yep.
So right now there's a case for longs. If we close back below the initial balance high, I'd be tempted to short that market. A nice cheap short to the lower end of the range. Take us back to settlement price, which is 60.29 in the ES. So we did some bar coding. It looked like a breakout to the upside, but we're not getting much follow through. So close back below initial balance high for a short on. Play the range.
IB high. What price you got, JD?
Let's call it 60-40. 40 half.
40s.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Last trade 60.42. Let's take a look at some of the other markets. Gold 34.06 last trade there. Did see a pop in crude off of the headline from Israel, some conflict in the Middle East. Popped up to we got 600 lot here. 60.41 bid 600 times on the ES. Last trade 60.43. Back to crude really quick. Trading $68.09. $68.09. Look at the tilt. Nothing really on the tilt. And that get pulled, JD?
It got pulled. Did not trade.
Got pulled. All right, excellent. We got Percent and President speaking right now. Over time, looking at these 952s perhaps. 21,000. 946 last trade.
I get some orders in, Dre.
All right, what we working on, man?
60s to 80s on the short side.
60.
Looking to get short. All right.
Ooh. Right. Let's see if we get those. And JD said short round 60-40. All right.
Right here.
Right now.
Right here.
That's right. 60-40 hook. 60-40 half.
And we're coming back into the range that started around 10:15 Central Time. This is initial balance. We're sitting right on top of our initial balance high. So this is, like I said, kind of our line in the sand. That's what that white line is. We're right around 60-40 half. And we're really just jockeying for position around it right now.
What's the go, no-go zone in terms of pricing? If you do around 40 half, how would you execute? How do you jump in on a trade like this? You trying to catch the momentum, or do you work an offer? How do you get into something like this? With
I want to see a 3-minute bar close back inside the range before I start playing the range. Right now, if I was to get on the market, I'd be in on the long side. Cheap long right now. Using the initial balance high as a support area to new high.
Okay, understood you there. Long, very good.
But if we close back inside the range, I will short to play the range.
Yeah, actually,
I'd see much.
We're gonna work some bids too for the downside.
Oh. Right. Yep.
Both sides. Both sides. 30-minute range. We're playing both sides of it.
On those, what are you starting there? Dolby time 82s or
80s to 90s for evens. 80s to evens.
Okay. 80, 85.
So
Gotcha.
we just
Like this.
I just got that range bracketed.
Stacking them.
Is
Look
how,
at that.
Yeah. That is how you do it.
I don't know. Can I click the market button that many times?
That's
or
I don't know.
Or does that get you in trouble?
I've never heard anything like that before. I've heard some questionable reasons for denying payouts, but hitting the market button too many times, I don't know.
That's
You compete with me. It doesn't sit well. Yeah.
It's all made up.
Yeah, that's that's a head scratcher. That's a head scratcher for sure. That's how you get into trades. Go to market.
You wonder, do you think brokers would be upset if a trader was pressing the buy button too many times?
Nope.
I think they'd call you and say, hey, I don't think you're hitting the market button enough. You're not trading big enough.
That's weird.
keep clicking. So that was interesting. 21,945. Maybe grind here a
And
little
I'm
higher.
saying-
Also, yeah, what do you say?
Dan Evans said he had to make a video of himself using the hotkeys because you got accused of being an algorithm. His index finger was so hot, they didn't think it was possible.
Who is trade? I don't.
As someone who watches videos that get submitted, do you know how long it takes to do that? To go, like, how many traders are they going through? Like, what, 50 traders? They have to watch 50 videos of people taking their trades and believing them? How did you even get any information out of that? No idea.
You can see.
Wait, are we going?
Execute.
Are we going
See the
pure
audit
conspiracy theory here? Are we assuming that they're not watching any of these videos and they've already predetermined who they're going to deny payouts to or confirm payouts to?
Oh, I don't want to
Is it a
speculate.
lottery?
I'm just speaking to the manpower required to actually facilitate watching every trader's videos. It is a lot. It is a lot of work. They just got some intern back there. Couldn't get into Goldman. It's just watching watching these videos.
All right, boss. I'm gonna watch how this is executed. Oh God.
Need a report on my desk. Foreclosed.
Nothing on the till. Nothing on the till. Coming to the bottom. Of course, at the top of the hour, we've got that 30-year auction. Keep an eye out for that. Got percent in the president speaking. EU's been very untraceable in trade discussions. Executive orders being signed by the president at 2:30, about 3 hours, 2:30 p.m. Central Time. Seeing a little bit of selling here. 21,929.
He just signed a resolution nixing the California EV rule. I think that's what all cars be electric by 2030, something like that.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Rode my first Tesla over on my trip. That was pretty exciting.
Tom
Drove
Cooney
it
in the
and
chat.
rode in it.
Talking about failed interns. Is this how Andre got this job?
Hey,
Oh,
nailed it.
shots
Nailed
fired.
it. Nailed it. Yep, I
Wow.
love it.
Right
Yeah,
across the bow.
pretty much. Still am in the intern program. Here we go. 60.37 last trade in the ES. See if the Nasdaq wants to keep going low here. 21,926. 926. We saw that nice rally this morning in the ES. ES very strong. 10 green bars, green candles in the on the 5 minute. All right, let's watch this here. GD 60.29 downside in the ES as we trade 60.36. 60.36. Every time we're balancing.
Watch Platinum. Have we watched any Platinum yet?
Love it.
I don't even have data for it. I don't think I do.
See if we get
That
these.
one's on-
You might
Some
want to
new
watch
JD.
silver too. Silver. There'll be time. Silver's been big.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I got some silver coins.
Question from Coog. Yeah, this is a good question for Dolby.
Hmm.
Is there anything that could happen that would make you remove your working orders before any of them get filled? That's a good question.
Not really. It's not because we're not looking for momentum. Like, there's nothing this market could do if it flashes down and we get filled and then it bids back up again. And, you know, you're in good shape. So, no, this is not like a momentum-based strategy. You're just looking for find the range, get your orders in at the extremes, and then you just hope you get filled and you don't get stopped out. But I've like tried using like momentum or like my perception of it, and it just ends up getting you kind of confused. Because sometimes you want it. Like sometimes you want it to rip down, fill all 5, and then bid right back up again. So volatility is not necessarily an enemy in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's the lack
Sometimes
of
it
volatility.
Yeah.
Well, it's the lack of volatility essentially is what the play is. Yeah, you get a little spike to get the fill. It's staying in the range though. Lack of volatility will keep us in the range. So
We just don't know what's going to happen. You just don't know what's going to happen. You have no idea. No idea. And this is not a volatility strategy, so we don't have any rules based on doing something because the market, you know, started to move quickly. Now, the wiggle, we do keep an eye on that because that might, you know, increase the chances of a move happening so it can kind of get us maybe better prepared. You know, if something's about to happen, like we're starting to get a little bit of a wiggle here. Just a little bit.
Right. Just gonna push over here.
Dojuan already misses. Dojuan already misses the 3% move days. Yeah. Volatility is nice.
Insane.
It's a gift every once in a while. Right?
The job was easy back then, yeah.
I miss the NVIDIA AI days. Every headline AI did half a percent. Everything.
July 2024, we made like what 14 or so new all-time highs in that month.
Amazing.
That was a doozy. JD, you said what price are you looking for a long at? You said right 40s.
40 was
38 right
line of the sand, long above, short below. So we closed below our initial balance high. So I want to be on the short side. So I'm scouting out a good spot to get in. I might just jump in here. See if we can get these 38s.
Water's warm.
Water is warm. 50-50 on the tilt. Even the president said auto tariffs in the not too distant future. Market didn't even flinch. Market didn't flinch.
Got in one short one. 38.
Ooh, nice.
60-30. Short one ES 60-38. 60-38.
Risking six points on this trade.
In
the range.
Ooh, nice.
In the ES, yes. And it just ripped. Tested that 40 level.
Wiggle.
Trading back above initial balance high. Why couldn't I just wait 30 seconds?
Okay. What was that?
It was a pop.
Indeed. It was indeed. Crude selling off. Crude saw a sell off there and we popped.
See, let's see if we can get something here.
Got something?
No, not yet. Oh, we might get though. 5 points away from 60s.
We're gonna get tagged out here, I think.
Order filled.
Interesting. Toast?
Oh, toast?
Yeah, we're toast. So we're closing a bar back up. Closing a bar back above 40. We're still in it, but we're about to get tagged out.
Let's see.
Closing the bar back above 40, so now long into new highs would be the play.
Get the momentum here. At 21,954, 956. Find some buyers.
So far, so good. You want this to go up. You want it to go down. Alright, we're in.
We got tagged on that one.
Okay.
Closing a 5-minute bar above 40, so yeah. Long into new highs is now the play. Should have just reversed that trade. Should have reversed it instead of just covering it.
No short up. You're not seeing a short in the ES. Long into the highs. Okay.
Again?
High 60-50. I'm just seeing. Look at the 5-minute. This could be the upper end of the range on the 5-minute. Look at the ES 60-43. But we are close, about 7 points off the highs. Yeah. High of 60.
We are still just. I mean, technically, we are still just jockeying around this initial balance high right now in the ES. Tried to play the range, didn't work. Now I want to see new highs.
We are short, Dre.
Short one. MNQ from 21,960. What are we working downside, Dolby?
We're going to see if we can get to the bottom of the 30-minute range. So 21,882s. It'll be about 78 points. That is range to range. We'll see how much of that we can get in this segment.
Right, sounds good. Bottom of the hour has come and gone. The hour still see some more comments from the president regarding Iran. That's what the sell-off in crude was. And 21,945 last trade. 60.41. Last trade in the ES. Dolby time question. If you're working bids at 900, to get long, why the downside target of 880? Why the downside target of 880 if we're looking to get long? I guess the last bid would be 880.
It's the range. I mean, our bids were the base of the 30-minute range, so our take profit is basically where the highs would have been anyways. If we're working 900s to 880s, so bottom of the 30-minute range is 880. See if we can get the whole runner. If we can get a second one, maybe we can get like the halfway point. That would be good.
Yeah.
Maybe about 920s, maybe. Doing a good job of making higher highs and higher lows, though, so far.
Chicago, it's Iran. Rainmaker in Iran, it's Iran. It's not Iran. It's not Iran. Sorry. Iran. 21,950 last trade. See if we can get to the downside here. Again, 30-year auction, top of the hour.
Order
That
filled.
been a mover?
Just that 20-year a couple weeks ago. It was that was
Look at
fun.
that now.
Ooh, oh.
Tape bomb after tape
Whoa!
bomb. Look at that.
Hello.
Way to hold, Dobie. Way to hold.
What was
Order
that?
filled.
All right, so see on here.
Oh man, what do we do? We only have one contract, chat. It's not enough. We need 2 contracts. Damn it.
Wow. Yeah, all right. Saw something coming in here in the ES. Look at that range to range. 60.32, bottom now 60.34, I should say. Last trade 60.38, and then we saw a pop to the downside.
Order
Sell
filled.
off to the downside on the Nasdaq, bottoming out at 21,915. Ooh, man, oh man.
What was that? Little tape
What
bomb
could that have
there.
been? Is that just a fat
Oh, wow.
finger?
I don't know. What was that?
Coming right back.
Crude. This looks like Middle East stuff because crude.
Yeah.
Tape bomb as well.
Someone hit that market offer button too many times. I'm gonna be getting a phone call.
Is there strike?
I'm not letting that one go.
You
Strike?
shouldn't let that one go.
That would be-
Bizarre.
Yeah, I'm looking for.
That's not good. We need no strikes.
20,942, 50-50 on the tilt. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Still working those offers. That was wild.
Yep. Nothing's changed.
We got some biscuits coming over here right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
From Trump saying Israeli strike is not imminent, but looks like it could happen. Also saying that Israel could strike could very well happen. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. This is just over the wire here.
Interesting. All right, so we got some headlines coming on here on the 3-man weave with Dolby Time, JD, and myself. We got a little on this day coming, but we'll stay focused on these markets. We got the trade going on, so stay locked in
This
here.
is kind of interesting. I mean, we sold
Yeah,
off
it
on
is.
that news, so does that mean if it gets hot over there that we are for sure selling off? Because that was 40 points in like a second, so if this does go hot, maybe it's not going to be might be pretty bearish.
Dolby, you're still in, right? Yeah, I see it. You're still in.
Yeah, we haven't changed. If we had 2 contracts, for sure would have had one at like 920s, but we're kind of stuck. It's a problem. 1 contract. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Mhm.
Take profit? Yeah, take profit.
BRB.
Alright, we'll be here. Yeah, I guess we're doing WMDs again in the Middle East. Is that 2.0? Version 3.0?
We got Eddie in the
I've
back,
heard
keeping
of
an
this
eye on the
before.
news.
I feel like I've heard this before.
Dolby, you still like this trade? You like playing the range right now?
Range is gonna range.
Range is gonna range.
I'm not smarter than the range, I'll tell you that. Not making any assumptions here.
Now, hey, I got a question for you guys. Do you
What's up,
think
Eddie?
that Netanyahu would call Trump and say, "Hey, we're gonna follow through with this," or "We're not gonna follow through"? You think there's a communication like that?
Give him a heads up? I don't know. I think
Well,
Trump would
I mean-
probably expect it, but I mean, I have no idea how the interpolitical workings of that type of thing happen. I mean, could it leak? Yeah, possibly. Everything leaks all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
But is he giving him a phone call saying, "Hey, we're doing this in 10 minutes"? I have no idea.
Right.
Order
Who knows?
filled.
Classic
Follow
dip
me.
says, "Can you make up your mind?" I can't even make my bed in the morning, let alone make up my mind. Good luck.
Mhm.
Netanyahu's
I don't
like,
know if
pay for my
they're-
Discord, and I'll
Yeah.
get you.
I don't know if
they're.
are they required by some type of law to report what they're about to do? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Allies? I don't know.
We should
Guess
try to
it's
get
good as
Trump on.
mine.
Try to Try to get Trump on. See
Get
what
him
he
here
says.
for an interview? Or
Yeah.
trade with Top Step?
Yeah.
Back to the Futures with our president.
That's right. You get him and Biden, reversal challenge.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
That would be fun. Chat, which
That would be fun.
it would be a great time.
Back up to
Yeah.
45, 44 in
You'd
the
have-
ES.
You have one
The press
clicking the button
secretaries.
left and right and one going, where's the button?
Just get the press secretaries doing a reversal challenge. That would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Well, getting back up here. Apparently, that was not enough
We
to
are.
scare the market. A little bit of FOMO creeping in. I should have just maybe covered that one. But you never know, JD. You never know.
Well,
Yeah,
President's
we're only
still
7
going here.
points. We're only 7 points from a new high right now. I want to see this high get taken out.
Mhm.
High would be 60.50 in the ES. High in the NASDAQ, 21,977. 60.50 to the tick. You heard Jack talking about it in fast markets. Sure did. Went right to it. And the 30-year auction, top of the hour.
Slowing down. We're losing some volume now.
Yeah.
These K-bombs ain't got the juice like they used to. It's like one and done.
Might have finally gotten a lower high on the 30-second here in NASDAQ. So JD, I think your feeling here of a slowdown is definitely valid. Definitely valid. We gotta break these higher low pattern on the 30-minute. It's just been very consistent to the upside.
What is ES looking at 30 minute? ES is very wicky on the 30 minute.
Yeah. Same with the NQ on the 15 and the 30. Lots of wicks. Lots of buyers coming in those 80s and 920s.
Yep.
Strong 4-hour candle in the ES.
Yes. We're gonna play the range.
What's the 1 hour looking like?
60s. Yep. All right. Hold tight here. Hold tight. You got 22 minutes till the top of the hour. We're talking about history. We're in historic times with trading right now. It's we see stuff like this. Also, we're speaking of history, man. Eddie, it's June 12th.
Oh, my
on this
goodness.
day,
Oh, my God.
what happened on this day, June 12th?
On this day, a dozen days in June here, something good, I would say. We're going to hit that gong, and we're going to go back into time. June 12th, 1987. On June 12th, 1987, one of the most famous Cold War speeches, President Ronald Reagan challenged the Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev to tear down that Berlin Wall, a symbol of the repressive communist era in a divided Germany. How did this happen? Back in 1945, following Germany's defeat in World War II, the nation's capital, Berlin, was divided into 4 sections, with the Americans, British, and French controlling the western region, and the Soviets gaining power in the eastern. May 1949, the 3 western sectors came together: Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, and the German Democratic Republic, East Germany. And the wall, when was the wall built? Well, that was August 1961. The Berlin Wall was erected by East German government to prevent citizens from escaping to the west. Between 1949 and the wall's inception, it estimated that over 2.5 million East Germans fled to the west in search of a less repressive life. Down with the wall. I got a piece of that in my collection somewhere. Part of the Berlin Wall. Nice little big chunk.
Order filled.
Big chunk. Oh, and by the way, it is National Loving Day. Right? So tell a bunch of people you love them. And also props to our career nurse assistants who take care of all those older people. God love you. God bless you. It's Career Nurse Assistant Day. That's what I've got here on this day. Back to you, Andre.
Oh, wow. National Loving Day. Very nice.
Kind of looks like MP at the bottom of that picture. Just a little bit. He gets around,
Is he a
man.
time
He gets
traveler?
around. He might be, actually.
MP got a time machine.
Oh, we are short 2, 21,962.
It is Love Day.
21,962 last trade right here, right now. 962. Let's take the ES 6046. Getting some wicks in the crude. Crude definitely wicking around right now. Last trade $67.99. These wicks are going from 68.48 down to we're talking about 50-cent wicks there. 50 cent. From
962s.
962 average price. All right.
Yep.
Yep.
75s and 80s.
Violently range bound.
Uh-huh.
Way in the range.
Got downside. Got something here in the ES. Looks like something. Nope. Anything on the NQ ladder? Let's take a quick peek here. JD, we've been seeing those 500, 600 lots jumping in there in the ES. Some are getting filled, some are getting pulled. We'll continue to call them out. Level 2 data. Data. Call what you want.
Johnny Hoagland.
Oh, I love you so much.
Yes, John Hoagland, I do.
Oh, we're all in this together. All the IP haters. Who took all the IP haters to task in past markets today?
Who's in this together? We're in this together.
We're all in this together.
You know, we.
Oh, Moneyball.
The royal we.
But we. Royal we indeed. Come on now. Nothing on the tilt. Watching crude. Crude's most very sensitive to the headlines. Just can't get a direction one way or another.
Yeah, Trump coming in here again. There's a chance of a massive conflict. Something could happen soon.
Okay. More of that.
Israeli strike could blow it. I prefer the move friendly path.
Where is he talking, Eddie? Who's he talking to right now?
Talking to me. I'm on the phone with him right now. I mean,
is he in the office? Oval Office? Where is the? I saw his.
It's not saying.
Yeah, right. It's a good question.
He's in a bunker. He's in a bunker 2 miles down.
He's walking back from the bathroom and saw a camera. That was it.
We'll stay locked in here. It's just he's been going for a bit now. I'm just seeing is it in front of camera? Is this True Social?
I mean, the market is moving in real time.
It's not saying Truth Social. I'm going to check on that right now. No, you got it too, huh? Yeah.
Okay.
Anytime he starts leaning negative, you're going to start seeing the offers pile in.
Yeah, for like 2 hours,
slows
right?
Down, and then it's right.
Farmers.
Okay. 50-50 on the tilt.
Yeah,
even the markets though. Markets are just like ho hum now. It's a Q&A. All right, Jenny. Well, thank you. We'll keep an eye. I'll confirm that.
4% long in the tilt for NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Average long is 27s. So they're pretty comfortable. Getting down to 27s would be nice.
Yeah, it would. Right, I mean, we're just locked. Even these headlines, man, a month and a half ago, those headlines we'd be rocking here, and now it's just, okay.
Even the algos got burned out. Even the algos.
They stopped scraping. They turned that shit off because they're probably blowing out.
Yeah. They probably lost some serious money.
Imagine.
Serious
talk.
Yep.
Action's got to move the market now. No more talk, just action.
Yep.
We start to get immune to these headlines. That's dangerous. We just got to be ready for any of these.
Yeah, well, those headlines, those algos, they're scraping for the headlines. They see certain keywords, trigger buys and sells, and they've obviously recalibrated those. So,
It's against robots.
Yeah, that's the segment I want to start. I want to get that off the ground. Tops Up TV. Man versus Machine.
Robot edition?
Oh, Man versus Machine.
Hey, we got the API sessions coming up.
Yes, we do. Oh, yeah. Dolby Time. Tell us a little about that. I know it's next week. API sessions.
Yes. I think we're doing like 3 Wednesdays in a row of API sessions. So Coach Robert, one of our super geniuses on staff, excellent coder. He has been hanging out with some of our best coders, and we're going to bring on some of these guys who have been coding with our API, and they're going to show their creations. It's like a little tech show and tell, so you can see the power of our API and see what people are creating. And I got to say, if Coach Robert is impressed, then this is going to be very impressive stuff. So hopefully that helps inspire some people to maybe pick up some coding, maybe just enough to help give them a little bit of edge in the market, but at the very least, it's going to be very, very educational. So we can see the power of the API, what it can do in the hands of a good coder. It'll be exciting.
Yeah, first machine. Let's get it going here. Ooh, 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
We get like a flush. Is there like anything that happens that flushes this, like a liquidity thing? Like I'm looking for anything right now.
Anything. I know.
Anything. Ooh, a rounding top. That would be nice. Go ahead. You round that corner there, NASDAQ.
It's not looking for 500 lat there.
500 lat 44 in the ES.
Yep.
All right, indication that Trump ends remarks here.
Come on down. You get 917s. That would be awesome. It's about the midpoint of this range. Yep. Just gonna wait. Nothing to do.
Yeah, we'll stay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, tilt's flipped.
Got more.
Mildly interesting. 52% short, so about a 6% swing for the short side.
Ooh,
and the long and short average is about the same at 924s. Very interesting. Would love to see 924s.
Definitely love to see that.
Kevin says, time to rip. Which way?
Is it time to rip?
Hey, Kevin. Which way are we ripping, Kevin?
Waiting. I'll tell you what, wait, we got more GD coming at you. Deanna and Marie for the lunchbox coming up at the top of the hour. But before we get to that, man, we got this Discord, so we're VIP checking to celebrate 150,000 subscribers. Eddie.
Wow.
Let's hit it, man. Let's do it.
Can you believe it, man? 150K, 150,000 members. Yesterday, we hit it. Our Discord hit 150K members yesterday. And to celebrate, we're dropping a Top Step VIP check-in form. Now, here's what you got to do. If you are a member of our Top Step Discord, just head over there right now, all right? And in the channel that is hashtag announcements, our VIP check-in form will be in there. If you are not a member of our Discord, all right, you're going to need to sign up to get over there if you want to do that check-in. And it's highly suggested. I mean, gosh, 150,000 members can't be wrong. And so head over to Discord, get your name in today's Top Step VIP Scouting check-in. We're dropping the link to our Discord in chat now. It's going to be available until 3 p.m. Central Time. So tell everybody you know. Tell your friends, tell your buddies, tell your trading buddies. So remember, hey, if you're not already a member, remember it's free and easy to join. Discord is a great way to meet trading buddies. And between you and me, there's where our coaches hide. They hang out over there. So it's a great place. And I tell you, the channels, if you speak a different language, trade a different market, and want to look into different products, great stuff over there. And that's what I got here. Link, the link has been pinned up top here in the chat. So remember one more time, if you are a Discord member from Top Step, just head over there, look for the hashtag announcements channel, and fill out that form. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Up on time here.
You're welcome.
Come on down. Come on, you can do it. Get 917s.
Right back down to 40 in the ES.
Huh.
Okay, come back down there. Go down.
Something. There we go. 9:30. 9:30.
Bond auction in 10 minutes.
Ooh, maybe that flips.
That'll create some noise. If it's big.
Someone drop a Trust Pilot for Sambor.
Cam, thumbs up. All right, cool. Oh, hey, just saw our man Dylan in the chat. Dylan said, I saw Michael Patak yesterday in the area. Ooh, look at that. Cool. Dylan, you got hooked up. Look at that. In the airport. Tokyo, cool shirt. Yep, Dylan, there it is. Michael Patak in the wild, getting ready to travel. There you go. I do believe we're going to reach out to you, Dylan. Hit us up. I believe you're going to be the first VIP. Very, very cool.
Is that Tokyo Disneyland?
Yeah.
Wow.
Cool shirt.
I heard that's the best Disneyland.
It's the James isn't told
Put
yet.
that on
Nice
my
job,
bucket
Dylan.
list.
Good
Dylan
job.
said he was going to track MP down yesterday, and he went out. He did it. I love it when a good
Success.
plan comes
He
together.
went to work on his day off to see MP. What a guy.
Oh,
What a
if
guy.
Freddie not working in bounty hunter, did pretty good.
So he wasn't late to the flight. He made the flight as well.
About to be his own flight. In a couple months,
It's taking so long.
he's going to be a pilot.
Yeah, mild
that's
biscuit
right.
here, guys.
Exactly.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent says we're going to see if China's tariff pause ends in August. It's just coming over the wire.
It's just both sides of the mouth. The yeah.
Market
Maybe-
does
maybe
not care anymore.
No, it doesn't.
And he's on a carousel, just rotating through headlines. Nothing has changed in 3 months. Like, yeah, we're doing a thing. Maybe not. Hey, we're doing a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah. All right. We'll Dolly time. Or wait, what bids are we working to the downside? 17s, you said? Still
17s
80s,
and
sorry.
8 and 83. 17s and 83s. 917, 883. Yeah, I'll let this run. I'll probably pull these other 3 and like reduce the risk, but we can let this cook during the lunch segment and see if this hits.
All right, JD. You got Anne-Marie and Deanna. In a couple minutes
Yeah,
here.
2 more.
Again, got auction.
Yeah, 2 more hours of me coming up.
Oh,
Not enough. Not
if
enough.
you guys are pumped for the 2 more hours of JD, oh shoot, 167,000 subscribers. Hello. Click like, follow, subscribe, click notify, upper right hand corner. Justin Brown, you said 22,000s today. I'm still waiting. We're still waiting to get to 22,000s in the NASDAQ. We got within 23 points of it. Not there quite yet. Who knows what's going to happen this afternoon? Yeah, we're starting to see some things trickling out from the Middle East. Keep an eye out for that. But if you want, you guys are pumped for more JD. Let's get to 1,000 likes. There's JD. Oh man, I only got 20 likes. Man, I'm losing my fastball around here, JD.
Oh, man. Come on, guys. I gave up my lunch to be here with you right now. You should have seen me
what a guy.
caveman. I had a caveman turkey sandwich real fast. In about 2 bites. It wasn't even a sandwich. I just took a handful of shaved turkey and took a bite out of a loaf of bread and then sat back down at my desk. That was lunch.
What did you put on there? Did you put any sriracha on there?
Seriously, nothing. I didn't have time.
Oh, man. Bless your soul.
I took the
That
turkey out of the
that's a tough
fridge.
one.
Raw dogged it. Raw dogged it.
Man,
So dumb.
never.
There's Anne-Marie in the green room. Hello, Anne-Marie. See her in a little bit here. 1,934. We're looking for a push to the 17. 17.
At least
Need some
17.
volume.
Do it already.
Yeah, move of the day so far. So far. About 9 a.m. Central to about 10 a.m. Central. Saw that up and to the right. Now we're kind of basing. We're kind of in the range. Something tells me we're not going to be done. We're not going to be done here. We're starting a little bit selling here.
Oh,
Yes,
hello.
639. Can we get there? Can we get there? Mufasa says, don't. All right, hey. Sometimes thinking
Traded
that
back
as
below 40.
well.
Here we go.
Alright, put on a break even. 10% it. Yeah, we'll 10% this one. Alright. Pulled one, 62 realized, break even on the second. We'll let that one go for range to range, and that's it. So we'll let
Sounds
this
good,
go.
man. Hey, took what the market
Trade up.
took what the market gave us. Absolutely good analysis, good breakdown. Stuck to the process, squeaked out some profits. Good stuff. We're taking what the market's giving them. Home runs. Where are the home runs in this market? Not necessarily here, but there's always one right around the corner. JD, take 5. We're gonna see you with Anne-Marie and Deanna. Dolby time. I'm gonna see you in Power Hour with the Rico later today.
Sure.
Yeah, we got 30-year auction coming up at the top of the hour. More coming out. President speaking, Bessent speaking. It's Top Step TV. Let's go. We don't quit around here. Come on.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Top 7 TV.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It's time for Lunchbox Trading. Go grab yourself a sandwich and a your favorite beverage. Buckle up, because we're gonna be talking markets here. Maybe taking some trades. We're getting Wiki in the ES. Anne-Marie and I. Oh, first, Anne-Marie. Thanks for joining us, Coach Deanna. Anne-Marie, head coach of the Hive, Top Step VIP. Deanna, head coach of the Chameleonaires, Top Step VIP. That VIP form is pinned to the top of the chat right now. Oh, nope, that's a Discord. We're going to be doing the VIP draft in a couple weeks, so keep filling out those forms. All right. Anne-Marie, we were just talking about wicks in the ES a minute ago. You're long a couple micros right now. Mm-hmm. Underwater just a little bit, down about $104, $100 or so. Mm-hmm. Trading back above initial balance high. We've been jockeying around there for the last, I don't know, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It looks like we could be making a run for highs just based off of those wicks. When you see this type of price action, obviously you're looking to make a move to highs, but when does this trade get invalidated in your eyes? Is it a time stop? Are you looking for a certain level to hit on the downside to get out?
That's a great question. What I actually did was I looked at the highest volume area on an hourly chart in the recent past, and this was a bearish candlestick formation that put us at the top of this range, and I had a really nice short there, and when it came into the higher low, I said, you know what, this stinker's going to break out. And so I had a buy stop up the top. The trade will be invalidated if we lose the low of this high volume candle on the hourly. Mm-hmm. We've got, pretty bullish flow. I'm suspecting that we hold the zone, but we've got wicks on both sides, and so you know how a trade starts off great, and then you go, "What the heck just happened right there?" And so that's where I am.
Yep, I got mixed up in the chop in the last segment. Also, I was using the initial downside as sort of a line in the sand, long above, short below.
That tape bomb right there. I was looking at that same number. Mm-hmm. Right, and when it failed, that's when I covered my short, because I'd been short from above, and now I just thought the move was so sharp that it would eventually converge to the upside, and we are making higher lows, but not with a lot of conviction.
Yep, it's choppy right now, that's for sure. There's opportunity on both sides of the markets if you can time it right. Yep. It's tricky, though. Coach D, you just got out of a natural gas trade, and you had a nice crude oil trade on earlier this morning. You want to talk us through a couple of those? Which one do you want to start with?
Sure. Let's talk about crude oil first, because I think that's the one that a lot of people saw during the Euro trade today. So we had a huge day yesterday. And the thing with crude oil is that when you have such a big outlier day, usually they do a corrective move. And by the time that I woke up, we were not able to hold the end of day put support, and it just kind of bled straight through it. By the time that London opened, it started to mess around with a gamma exposure level. Now, at that point, we were still inside the initial balance for the London session. But what I saw was that we just could not hold GEX2. So I took that as a potential for the London setup short as a continuation of whatever Asia began slightly earlier in the day. I got my entry, I think the initial entry was 67.57, and then I got the move.
Interrupt you for a quick second?
Yeah.
What made you say, okay, this is where I pulled the trigger?
So I think it was the fact that GEX was giving way. So if I maybe expand my chart a little bit, it was touching Gex, and I was like, okay, are we gonna go higher or what's gonna happen? And then they just sliced through it, came back, sliced through it again, and they started ranging around that area. Now, usually if they're going to reverse it, it will be a lot more committed to the long side. So you wouldn't get these big sort of rejection candles and all in the same zone.
Gotcha.
There was also contextually a liquidity grab from that little high that they made at 67.64. And then as it kind of came back through GEX2, they took it, and I was like, okay, well, this now needs to hold for the long. If it doesn't, then it's still a short. It's still a continuation short. And sure enough, I decided to try it after a little liquidity grab. I was also watching tape, so I was kind of seeing some larger sell orders coming in. And I thought to myself, all right, well, I've got a hypothesis. I don't want to be long at these levels, especially not after what Asia did. So let's try a short. And it started and then kept messing around for a little while, but eventually we got a very nice move down. It went all the way down into the 24-hour ADR low, which is a quantitative extreme. And as you can see, it went back to the initial balance. I don't know whether I can maybe delineate that a bit better. Let's do another rectangle. So went to touch the initial balance. Obviously, I was already in a trade from 57, and I thought, okay, well, if this continues through the ADR low, we might actually get a single direction day down. Now, crude oil does this. It likes to go one way, and then the very next day it retraces most of it. And then obviously it's anyone's guess what's going to happen in NYMEX. But for the London sessions, for the out-of-hour sessions, they love to do those counter-trend moves. So that was the idea, and then I think I took it somewhere around the gamma wall in the end, but I did hold it through it, expecting an even bigger move. But once it started to reclaim the gamma wall at 67, I was like, okay, that's enough. Then I went to platinum and natural gas, so I did a couple of smaller trades in those two products as well. And that was it. I mean, it was a pretty beautiful trade. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. And again, if it's going to reclaim something, look at the difference in the 5-minute chart behavior. Sort of bleeds through it, starts to build volume a little bit, and then has this like committed move above it before it retests. And that was basically a starting point of the move that we saw for the rest of the day during NYMEX. I wasn't in on that because I already had a pretty good trade in crude oil, so I was like, yeah, I don't want to test my fate there anymore. But yeah, it was very, very similar, just using maybe even a slightly stronger level at that point. And it was very straightforward. Me and crude oil have been on a little bit of trial separation, because it's usually pretty quiet, but it seems to be showing signs of life every so often. It's just that for me, every so often is not good enough. So today I decided to trade it mainly because I was actually looking to trade RB, so RBOB. Unfortunately, I think we rolled a little bit earlier than some of my other platforms. And when I looked at the tape, it was so patchy. And I'm like, I can't trade this because the spreads were like all over the place. It was like nothing, some orders, nothing, orders. So I can't really trade that. And then I decided, okay, well, I'm going to do the same trade, but I'm going to do it in crude oil. And yeah, so it worked out perfectly. It was a textbook setup for me. All the levels were nicely respected, and goes through it, retests the reference point, goes down, retests the reference point, goes down. It was one of the easier trades, I suppose, and that's very odd to say because no trades are really that easy. But yeah, this one today was not too bad. So did not have a what the hell moment. So yeah, it's always good when you have a day where you actually can figure out what's going on. So All good.
So one of the things that I really loved about watching you in this trade, because we had all kinds of chatter going on, it was very lively.
Yeah.
It was very lively this
Yes,
morning.
it was, yeah.
One of the things that I noticed was that you were really okay with giving back some of your gains as the price jockeyed and held itself. And a couple of people asked you, hey, are you going to take some profit? Are you going to move your stop? And you had that really great explanation about, hey, I know what my expected outcome is supposed to be over the long-term cycles of my strategy. And, I mentioned, hey, I love that you could hold through the trade, because what ends up happening is if it's going in your general direction and you close it early because you don't want to give up profit, often you get caught in a zone that goes, okay, do I re-enter? What do I do? And then it throws your risk parameters off overall because you're having to enter at that lower price. And so I just thought it was a fantastic example of commitment of a trade, solid review of the bigger time frames, and then just giving the chart room to breathe while having those levels telling you, okay, as long as it respects this level as resistance, I'm staying in the trade, and the moment that resistance becomes support, then I'm going to make other considerations. It was just a serious hat tip.
I learned that as a swing trader, because obviously nothing goes down in a straight line, and to me the worst thing that can happen is that when there's just no movement at all. We talked about objectivity, I think a couple of weeks ago, and that's exactly what this was. So I had to stay really objective and really firm on the orientation points and what I want to happen around them. As soon as the zone starts getting reclaimed, I have some pretty robust parameters to say, okay, they've gone back up, so therefore the trade is now invalidated. That's like intra-management objectivity of the trade, extremely difficult. It probably took me about 9 or 10 years to develop it. It didn't come overnight, but just watching the same levels play out a certain way in a certain context over and over has given me that confidence to be able to do that. But I can understand if somebody is a more novice trader, they become, it's the old Tom Hugard best loser wins quotes. People go to hope when they're in a losing position, and they get fearful when they're in the profitable position. I was always a little bit to the wrong side, where if I'm in profit and I'm pretty confident about the setup, which is again statistically tested, I can stay in forever. I can hold trades. That is one of my big strengths. I do not freak out if I'm in profit, but I do start getting uncomfortable if it's a little bit underwater, and then it kind of crosses that 0.5 mark drawdown, and I'm talking 0.5 R. Let's say you're using, I don't know, just to make it easy, 50 tick stop. When it gets past 25 ticks into the drawdown, you're like, okay, that's probably not doing what I wanted it to do. And so I have that MAE number that I know is, for me, usually about, if I'm using, let's say, a 35 tick stop on crude oil, my MAE tends to be 22. So when it gets to 22, I'm like, well, if it doesn't turn now, this is not going to work. But also knowing that number gives me confidence that it's almost like another area that I can fall back on. If the trade will work, this is where it should turn. If it doesn't work, so be it. But I don't mess around with my stops too much. I do give my trades quite a bit of room to breathe, just enough to stay in a trade for at least 30 minutes without getting whipped out in like a nanosecond, because that's something that puts me on the tilt. If I enter and it just whoosh, I'm immediately like, whoa, what happened? Let me re-enter. Whoosh. It's like, whoa.
Crap.
Yeah. It feels horrible. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it does. It sucks.
Yeah. Yes. It's so hard to stop as well. It's like, I know it's right, but then you realize, hold on, this must be high volatility. So this is where we need to stop ourselves and then just breathe and go, let me see what's going on with ATR, because this is odd. And, having the experience will help with, hold on, this shouldn't be happening. And then once you can readjust and go, right, okay, I have to be in a smaller size with a bigger stop because we have more volatility. I'm a huge proponent of volatility adjusted stops. And obviously your position size has to reflect that as well. Yeah. I think if you don't have that, I would be surprised if anyone could navigate anything but one market state. Because you have to live, as a trader, we have to live through so many different market states. So how do you manipulate your stops in order to know, what kind of a stop loss you should be using? And I've had some people in the VIP coaching in the last season going, well, I always use a 10-point stop on NQ. And I'm like, well, that's great. But that was when we had, let's say 1,000 or 800 ticks for the average range. Now we have 1,500. That's not the same thing. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to stay out. And I'm like, well, what if this is like the new norm? Are you just going to stay out forever? Like, how does that work? And then I challenged the trader to maybe try and go to micros, go to a practice account, widen the stop as if it is the same measure from when we had 800 ticks. So basically double or triple amount, and see what happens. And, they were pleasantly surprised. They're like, oh, okay, I see. Interesting. And I'm like, well, yeah.
And she's gone. What happened?
You know?
Your screen just went black.
Lost your camera, D.
Oh.
That's okay. We can still hear you.
Oh, no. What happened? This camera. I bought a new camera. This is not it. And this is exactly why I bought a new camera. I'm going to try and deal with that. So give me a second.
Go
now
ahead,
I'm going
take
to be
your
focusing
time.
in on Baby Yoda again.
All right, Amory. Looks like it's me and you. Let's check back in on this ES trade that you're in. Are you back to right around your scratch zone here? Are you in the money just a little bit on the trade? Okay.
Just a little bit in the money. Yeah. Yeah. If
Even
I wasn't
higher,
a
but
big fat
volume really
wimp,
died.
I would have added on the bottom, because I really do. I expect a stop run here. But the sellers has done a really good job over the last couple of hours keeping the traders really bounded. The only reason that I'm still in this long is because of all the buying pressure that I see coming from underneath, right?
Yep.
I'm above the high volume area here. If I put another anchored VWAP on that 15-minute candlestick, I can see all of the support sitting right here. My moving average is steeply up. My momentum is high. And I think they're trying to short it. So I do expect a liquidity grab, and maybe at around 60.56 or so, it should exhaust. But, all that's just theory right now, because it's not doing diddly.
It's not doing anything, yeah. Watching volume slowly die. Volatility is kind of petering out.
Yeah. What's the tilt?
Let's take a look at the tilt. Checking in, we got 53% short the ES, 51% long NASDAQ, 69% long crude, and 56% short gold. So pretty flat in equities right now. Again, 53% short ES, 51% long NASDAQ. So not much happening in the tilt right now.
Yeah. I wonder if they're waiting on something. We don't have any news left, do we?
No,
Today,
the last
right?
real piece of news out was the bond auction. What were the results of that bond auction? I think they released 22 billion. Yeah,
And bond auction.
U.S.
here,
sold 22.
Okay, you got it.
Go ahead, Eddie. You got it.
30-year bond auction increased to 4.84% from a previous 4.819%. So they are saying that Treasury meets with solid demand.
Yeah, they're still buying that.
Yep.
You know, that was really weird. The last 30 years that we had was just, the move was so savage. And I honestly believe it was media driven because
You think so?
everybody on every station, Bloomberg, FT, everywhere, certainly that I listened to, everybody was talking about, hey, you're going to buy this, da 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 da. And, you know, that move was so outsized. My thought was, all right, well, let's see if they have news like that. Crickets, nothing on it. So that's why I stayed in the trade into the auction, because I didn't feel there was a lot of media around that edge. So I didn't think that they traded that well. That's one of the things that I like to do is see what everybody's blowing up on social media or whatever about on those big things, and I will literally position on the wide edges of whatever. I'll look at, my prior day's ranges and I'll go, all right, let me see if I can get along there. I'll just put a limit order in, and very often it'll come right back into it and just reverse. So it's
Interesting.
Yeah, you can use social media. Folks like, I think Edgeful even has a social media kind of thing. But, right now we are battling at Gex 1, which is the second highest gamma level to watch in the ES. And I think that number is 6049. And so,
60-49.
I think we breach it simply because the buying pressure from underneath is just, the sellers are coming in there at the top, but those buyers go, I'll take it.
Yep.
And so I expect them to do that. That being said, we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yep.
I'm practicing my Dhyana Zen. Sitting in the trade, being still. Yeah,
waiting,
that
watching,
session, you guys,
judging.
Wednesday night.
Jerome.
Yeah, yes, Wednesday
You
morning,
need to,
go
like,
back.
clip it. Yeah, it's
It's
amazing.
really fantastic.
Yes.
It was great.
I missed the most recent neuroscience segment with you and
I
Jerome.
didn't even know they were
Can you-
on because I was such a putz. I wasn't paying attention. And so everybody was like, it's on every Wednesday. I'm like,
Every Wednesday.
Yeah.
What'd you guys talk about? What was the topic of conversation this last segment?
So this time around, we decided to just do a story with a visualization. Well, no, Jerome did. He basically took us through a story about a young trader meeting an older guy and him giving him some pointers, and then from there onwards, he wanted to visualize kind of like a chamber, and then that chamber is kind of made up of a whole bunch of feelings, and it just works. I mean, it kind of taps into, I think, different parts of our brain. Yeah. And it was very meditative. I was actually running a copper trade short from yesterday, which also worked out really nicely. And as he was taking us through, I was probably the calmest that I've ever been.
Me too.
Yeah. And I'm like managing a trade, and there's no anxiety. I was just like, okay, it's that level. And it was just a completely different experience. And I know that people are like, oh, you should meditate. Yeah, but I think meditating while trading is like something else, because it takes you out of your own mind, and it gives you the introspection, but at the same time it calms you like deeply on the inside. It's very odd how that
Yeah,
works.
it's difficult to explain,
so different.
especially if you weren't
Yeah.
completely engaged.
Yeah.
But if you're completely engaged, listen, I haven't been sleeping worth crap, and that's how come I'm making all those notes. And so, what I did was, you know what? I'm just gonna roll with this, and all the tension that I had from not having any sleep, from feeling completely drained, it just drifted away, and it was great. It carried me through the whole day. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
batten down the hatches until about 10 that night. So yeah, it was great. And 10 is about 3 hours past my normal bedtime. I just want you to
Okay,
know.
we're going to talk about this in just a minute. I want to hear about your routines. But first, we've got Eddie in the back with another special
In the back. I'm
announcement
always
for
in the
everyone.
back. It's like I'm in the kitchen over here. Yeah. Hey, order up.
Making sandwiches.
I'm making sandwiches for everybody, buddy. Hey, you know what? What are you doing the 18th of this month around 7, 9 o'clock? And any chance are you in Old Town, Chicago? Well, you know what? We've got a meetup. Yes, we're hosting a meetup here for our Chicago traders on Wednesday, June 18th at 7 p.m. at Woody's Flat in Chicago's Old Town neighborhood. Really cool neighborhood if you've never been out that way. And we've got some special guests here coming, including Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, and Baron. And if you're coming, we're going to be dropping in a link here for RSVP. We want to know if you're coming or not. But gosh, I hope we pack the house. Love to see everybody. All we see here are chat names. I'd like to match chat names to pretty and handsome faces. So I'm up for that. But that's what I got, JD. Back to
And
you,
even
man.
ugly faces. He didn't mean to. If you have an ugly face, it's okay. He just wants to see.
Yeah, if you're ugly, but that's up to me. I will
Wear a
judge.
hat.
Yeah, I am not an animal. I'm a human being. Oh, hey, here comes John Merritt.
I'm going to be there too, folks. And trust me, if your chat personality matches your face, I will be giving you some heat over it. All right.
Thank God, man. What happened to you?
So we started talking about our trading checklist in the morning during the opening call. Hoag's been talking about routines, daily routines, getting ready for the trading day. And Marie, you just mentioned being in bed at 7 o'clock. Those are the Flanders hours, right? You watch The Simpsons?
Ned, good old Ned. Yeah.
But Dad, it's still light out. Kids are playing in the street. He's shutting the blinds.
I got to tell you, my husband is a night owl. He stays awake until like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. He's like, stay up, let's do something. I'm like, no, I'll be a zombie. So yes, I normally go to bed pretty early because I do find that a lack of sleep affects me tremendously. And there's a great book by a guy named Matthew. What is his name? It's called Why We Sleep. You got to read it. It's incredible. And it's one of the things that really is sort of an anchor to high performance. You got to get good sleep. And so once I get up, I schlep to my desk and I immediately look at, all right, what happened with the news? How did anything affect the charts? What are the high lows in the overnight? And then I'll go back to my daily and weeklies to see if I'm still in a range, if we're breaking out. And then I do my expected moves on the day. And by then the opening range is up and I square it open. Often I don't have it here, but what I will normally do, I didn't want to make my chart overly messy, but what I will normally do is go to that 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, and I box it out in a short or long position, right? And I'll just say, okay, if my range is going to be the area where if it's below it and I'm underneath the VWAP, I'm going to look at some shorts. And if I'm above it and I'm above the VWAP, I'll take a look at some longs. And so I just wait for it to set up. I don't normally take a trade until it sets up on that 30-minute. And then, once it sets up and I take it, I really have been focusing on trading less so I can journal effectively. And that really, if you're doing 50 trades a day, I mean, how are you going to learn the market lessons? Every trade teaches you a lesson in the market, right? It's sort of like we never step into the same river twice. And so even if you go, oh, okay, there's the level where you said, hey, here's my level, initial balance. It's above 60-40, it's a long, below 60-40, it's a short. And then realize that within trend, you have to go, okay, if I take a short, it's got to be a quick reflexive move because I'm above my VWAP, I'm above my anchored VWAPs, I've been making higher highs and higher lows. So it really does say, okay, if you're thinking about this long or you're thinking about this short, zoom out, see what the broad market is doing, and then get ready for the trade. And that's what I do every single time. And then, sometimes I have to wait hours for my trigger to come to where I am. And sometimes it doesn't get me. And so one of the things that I got rid of as a newer trader is feeling like I have to be in a trade instead of saying, okay, where's my edge and how can I exploit it best as it works for me as a trader?
That makes perfect sense. So if all the stars aren't aligned, Anne-Marie is not in the market kind of thing, right?
Yes. And sometimes it moves without